Good morning. We are live from Council Chamber. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from myself. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to a muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerks during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerks if you require first aid. Thank you.
Good morning. I will call the meeting to order with a land acknowledgement this morning that we are here on, that we meet on traditional land of Treaty 6 territory in the Métis homeland and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I'll start the meeting with a roll call with committee members. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Excellent. And joining us in chambers as well is Councillor Tang, Mayor Sohi, and Councillor Rutherford. I can't see if anyone's joining us online, but welcome if you are. Clerk, do you see any on?
I see Councillor Salvador.
Welcome, Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
And Councillor Principe.
Welcome, Councillor Principe. Excellent.
Good morning.
Awesome. So, adoption of the agenda. I'll take a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Any questions, additions, deletions? Hearing none, we'll call the vote on that.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We're just missing
I'm a yes as
two
well.
votes. Thank you, Councillor Jens. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. This is carried unanimously. Thank you. Approval of the minutes. I'll take a motion. Councillor Dack.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. I'll move the approval of the minutes from the October 29th, 2024 Urban Planning Committee meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any changes, additions, deletions? Hearing none, I call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
You have to let it run for 5 minutes, warm it up, plug it in at night, and then it works. Yeah, please display the vote. Okay, that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Protocol items, there's one we're going to defer to a later date, so please hold on that so we can get the appropriate guests for that item. Select items for debate. Welcome my colleagues to buzz in. I will go first, I guess. Councillor Wright.
I was going to select 7-1.
Okay. And anyone else? Councillor Knack, there we go.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Yes, I'm going to select item 7.3, please.
Excellent. Any other selections? Hearing none. Okay, those two items. Let's vote on reports selected not
I'll
for...
move all other items.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Knack. We'll vote on the reports not selected for debate, which are the other two.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried unanimously. At this time, we've got some guests filing in.
May I just interrupt and read back what
Absolutely,
we just approved before we get to that? Thank you. So this morning, Urban Planning Committee has approved the recommendations in the following reports. Item 7.2, Policy C610, Review to Explore Enforcement-Related Resource Supports, and 7.4, Bylaw 20910, Semi-Annual Amendments to Speed Zones Bylaw 6894, Amendment Number 73 to Bylaw 6894.
Excellent, thank you. At this time, we have some guests here from City Hall School. love to welcome those guests. Hello, kiddos. Welcome. And do we have the... And I would like to defer to the mayor. So we're at committee, so I'm the chair of the committee, but the mayor is the mayor. So, are you settled? Okay. So the mayor is sorting out his computer at the moment, so he's a bit indisposed. But actually, welcome. You're from Greenfield School, which is my ward. I am your city councillor. Yeah, we're here with the grade 6 class from Greenfield Elementary School with teacher McDowell, and it's in Ward Papaseo. So welcome. We'll give you a round of applause. Welcome to the chambers.
Yeah. How's everyone? Nice to see you guys. Yeah, Mayor's not really smart on his computer, so I was trying to figure out how to log in. Yeah, somebody helped me out. So always ask for help if you can figure it out yourself, right? So what are you guys, are you here for just for the day or whole week? Oh, are you going to do your mock council? Okay, have you selected your mayor? Your worship, you want to come down to the podium? Come down, tell us your name, and then also what are you going to be talking about?
Hi, my name is Callum. Our topic is should kids 0 to 18 ride free on transit?
0 to 18, okay. By themselves or with their parents? Just
By themselves.
By themselves, okay, all right. I don't know what is our policies what is our policy, Councillor Nack? No? What is our practice now?
12 and under ride free
If they're with a
accompanied by a
parent.
fare-paying patron.
Okay, so 12 and under ride free if they're
With a
accompanied by
facility
someone
for
who's
an
paying a
adult,
fare.
Someone who's paying.
Okay, but from 12 to 18, people get a discounted fare, right? Students, yeah.
So I think it should be extended all the way to 18-year-olds.
Okay, well, let us know what you decide.
They think.
Let us know what you decide. Thank you so much. Okay, back to Chair Jans.
So welcome everyone, and yeah, if your teacher lets me know where you are at lunch, I'll try and stop by and say hi. Thank you. The request to speak. So I have 4 requests to speak today. Clerk, I just read them out at this time. So I have on item 7.1, Jason Wang, Conrad Nobert. On item 7.3, I have Max Amarangan and Jason Wang. Are there any other requests to speak? I don't hear any, and I don't see any from the chair. So take a motion to approve those requests to speak at this time.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote.
Yes?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Awesome, that's carried unanimously. Now, next request for time specific on the agenda. There's none. Councillor inquiries, I'm not aware of any. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting. Request to schedule or unfinished business, I'm not aware of any. So then that brings us to item 7.1. And does administration have a presentation? We do. Okay, let's get rolling. And welcome to Councillor Cartmel, who joined us in chambers as well, too. And Councillor Tang. Did I say Councillor Tang earlier? Did I welcome you? Okay, good. Just making sure. Yep. And Councillor Stevenson, welcome to chambers, too. And Councillor Knack, yeah, welcome to chambers. Okay. Yeah. All right, please begin whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you for giving us a minute to get down. And okay, this morning presenting with me today are Nicole Wolf, our Acting Branch Manager of Building Great Neighborhoods, and Caitlin Zerbeski, our Acting Branch Manager of Parks and Road Services. Also here later to answer questions is our directors in our neighborhood program of delivery and planning and design. That's Steve Schmidt and Jen Rutledge. And we're also here or have support from Pascal later that will be here, and Jessica Lamar in case questions go into those realms. So we're here today as a result of a motion made on April 23rd to talk about the neighborhood program, from what type of assets do we renew and how do we ratio and break those out, as well as what would the implications be of a potential reduction of annual funding of 25 to 35%. And that was based on work that was done in October of 22, so a few years ago. And just a reminder for council, that analysis was for one budget cycle, so a 4-year reduction, not permanent reduction. So I just wanted to make sure that that's the context here today of what was analyzed and what we looked at an update of today. Next slide. So before we get into the neighborhood specific program, I wanted to highlight our overall renewal and asset condition. This slide really presents for the 23 to 26 budget. Really it represents two things: the scale of dollars that would be ideal funding over that 4-year cycle. Those are the blue lines on the chart, and the red lines are the current funding of the programs. And when bringing this slide up, I wanted to highlight a couple things with that. This also gives you a representation of the scale of the asset category, not just the burden we're under from a financial perspective. And the real highlight here is just to reinforce that the neighborhood program is fully funded. The neighborhood asset inventory is also a very substantial asset category in the city of Edmonton, second only to our facility asset. Another element to highlight there is that when we look at the current conditions of our assets overall as a city, the overall condition, poor and very poor condition of our assets is just over 10%, 10.5% as of 2023. So that, just to reinforce, is the percentage of assets that are in poor or very poor condition across all of these asset categories. When you compare that to the neighborhood program, that for a long time had very little funding because of its lower safety risk and category of roads, it is still sitting at a 14% in category D and F, which means it is above average in being in poor condition. It's a higher amount in poor condition compared to the other asset categories today. So those are things we thought were relevant to make sure council's aware of as we go into this conversation. Next slide. So the neighborhood renewal program. So this program was established and began in 2009 when council approved a dedicated tax levy and a reserve for those funds to flow through. And that program really was to manage the over 300 neighborhoods with an intent to bring those assets into a decent category of overall condition over a 30-year time window. The program took 10 years from 2009 to 2019 to be fully funded. So those were incremental tax increases over that time window, and the current funding annually for that program is $159 million per year. And another highlight of that is these are not indexed dollars growing with inflation, these are fixed dollars. So as inflation comes up and it's hit this program as well as all the others, the burden to maintain and meet the intent of that policy comes under pressure. And in fact, the policy has an element in there to say when we don't think we can achieve the long-term goals, if that buying power shrinks enough, we are to come back to council to ask for a supplement to continue on with that policy and that plan. So we haven't found that we've needed to so far, but again, that program is starting to be under burden and pressure because of inflationary pressures as well. Another thing to mention is there was an audit in 2016, and part of that audit and the recommendations from it was to add a non-stop public hearing element to this. The reason that was added is to ensure that once the program was fully funded, that the public had line of sight if dollars were to be taken from the program, because of the importance this had not just to council and administration but to the public, to ensure that we were keeping the local and community roads and assets around it in good shape. And I think that is enough for updates for me, and with that I'm going to hand it over to Nicole to continue on.
Thanks, Craig. We're going to go into a little bit more depth of the neighborhood renewal program and what it is. Next slide, thank you. Neighborhood renewal program is a cost-effective, long-term strategic approach to renewing and rebuilding roads, sidewalks, curbs, gutters, and streetlights in mature neighborhoods and collector roadways. The program is based on a life cycle model with a 60-year infrastructure lifespan, and the life cycle approach is intended to maximize the life of infrastructure within the neighborhood itself. By effectively combining reconstruction, rehabilitation, and preventative maintenance, significant time and cost savings can be achieved rather than letting assets fail and do full reconstruction. The neighborhood program consists of 3 types of neighborhood renewal projects that are done on a neighborhood-wide basis. The first is microsurfacing, which is applied approximately 10 years after neighborhoods are constructed. Then we have pavement renewal, which is completed 20 to 25 years after neighborhoods are constructed. And then, of course, we've got the full neighborhood reconstruction, which occurs 50 to 60 years after neighborhoods are constructed at the end of their life. Next slide, please. This table shows the reconstruction cost breakdown of the different elements, both renewal and enhancements, that are constructed as part of neighborhood renewal. The range of costs on the right of the table is associated to each element and is driven by the fact that every neighborhood is unique and it has a range of existing infrastructure. For example, some neighborhoods may be well served in regards to having sidewalks on both sides of the street and no missing links, and others may have lots of missing sidewalk links. As you can see, the vast majority of work completed as part of neighborhood renewal is replacing roads, sidewalks, curb, gutter, and street lights, which is roughly in the order of magnitude of 90% of the renewal costs. The program incorporates other elements as part of the reconstruction projects in the area of landscaping, active transportation, and traffic safety. And this is primarily accommodated through reducing asphalt road area, which will be explained further in the next 2 slides. Next slide, please. All right, here's a typical neighborhood of the type that we're getting into now, away from the grid pattern neighborhoods into the more curvilinear suburban neighborhoods, which is the era that we're in. To give some context around where the 4% of costs towards active transportation and the 3% of costs for traffic safety elements and landscaping may be focused, this graphic shows a sample neighborhood and the different types of roads that are within a neighborhood. As you can see, the majority of roads within a neighborhood are local roads and are illustrated in orange here. These roads are typically lower volume, with residents using them to get in and out of their own homes. The local roads then in orange feed into higher traffic roads called collector roads and are illustrated here in blue. There may be 1 to 4 collector roads within a neighborhood depending upon the layout and the age of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. All right, so in alignment with the direction of City Policy C595A, the Neighborhood Renewal Program, some of the enhancements constructed during neighborhood reconstruction are shown in the next 2 slides for clarity. It is important to note that these examples are only applied to select intersections and roads within a neighborhood and not throughout the entire neighborhood itself. Elements of active transportation, such as missing sidewalk links, standard width sidewalks, new shared use paths, traffic safety elements, and new bike infrastructure as identified in the bike plan are reviewed during the planning and design process for all neighborhood reconstruction projects. The majority of the time, these enhancements are included by using space within the road right-of-way and repurposing excess asphalt road area. They are also focused primarily on collector roads, where neighborhood traffic volumes are higher than local roads leading into them. Active transportation and traffic safety enhancement outcomes typically complement one another. For example, a raised crosswalk provides better visibility of people crossing the street, but also serves as a feature to slow down traffic on the road. Again, these types of features are not appropriate for every intersection in a neighborhood, nor installed at every intersection, but are placed in strategic locations throughout the neighborhood. The images here on this slide show an example of a suburban-style curvilinear collector road, it's a lot of C's, leading to the neighborhood school. Traffic safety measures include a raised crosswalk and curb extensions to signal the beginning of a school zone and to slow traffic into that area. A shared pathway was also added along the south side of the road to provide neighborhood-level connection between the school and the other shared pathways in the area. Next slide, please. Landscaping and traffic safety also have a complementary relationship in neighborhood renewal projects. Wider than standard roads, which can promote higher traffic speeds, are reviewed for alignment with the Complete Streets design and construction standards. Narrowing typically provides an opportunity for new boulevards and tree plantings, slowing traffic down with an appropriate sized road and providing a more comfortable walking environment, as well as reducing the urban heat island effect in the neighborhood. Not all roads are able to be narrowed in alignment with standards due to utility constraints and road right-of-way available space. And in these situations, sometimes traffic safety measures near intersections are considered instead to encourage slower speeds while traveling through the neighborhood. This slide shows an example of a wider than standard road. During renewal, the road was narrowed to meet standards, which provided an opportunity to include a treed boulevard. And the large Y intersection, or the split in the road, was also narrowed, which expanded an existing open space area to make it more functional. Most roads within the neighborhood are appropriate widths and align with standards, and as such do not need to be narrowed. As standards have changed over the years, the most frequent style of roads now that are wider than today's standards are those suburban style curved linear collector roads and a few local roads that happen to be within the neighborhood, but not all of the local roads. As outlined in the neighborhood renewal policy, the program provides for infrastructure enhancement where there is need to adopt current design or functional standards. These enhanced costs are generally in the order of 5% and will not exceed 10% of the overall program budget in a 4-year budget cycle. And now I'll pass it on to Caitlin to talk about operations and maintenance.
Thanks, Nicole. An important piece of the asset is the operating and maintaining both before and after renewal. So it's important to note that operating and maintenance services are budgeted at a city level by type of program, so roadways, sidewalks, shared use path, and not by individual neighborhoods. The future operating and maintenance impacts of a neighborhood that is renewed can vary due to a number of factors, including the configuration of existing assets, what enhancements are constructed as part of renewal, and any potential offsets or changes to asset type. This can also result in repurposing higher cost assets, such as roads, for other uses, but also requires adjustments of operating levels, such as snow and ice control on shared use pathways versus residential sidewalks. Neighborhood renewal directly impacts the city's maintenance budget as renewed assets immediately lower the maintenance burden in specific neighborhoods. Renewal allows maintenance activities to be redirected to other assets and areas within the city. So renewal is very important for us. Neighborhood reconstruction projects address surface assets that are typically beyond the reasonable ability for it to be maintained by any regular maintenance, such as pothole repairs or larger scale sidewalk repairs. Maintenance activities decrease after renewal. There can be seen with operating requirements that increase, such as snow and ice control for new active pathway transportation assets or maintenance of new trees if assets are added. Next slide, please. It's important to note that how we approach maintenance with assets as they're approaching the renewal stage. We typically scale it back within the 1 to 2 years prior to reconstruction occurring and focus on high priority or safety sensitive repairs. We'll focus on large potholes or trip hazards versus going in and replacing large sections of sidewalk panel as an example. Neighborhoods requiring renewal generate a large portion of our 311 messages for maintenance. Those are eliminated after reconstruction occurs. It also allows our crews to shift back over to other areas in the city to do maintenance in key areas. To mitigate traffic safety concerns, adaptable and permanent traffic safety features have been installed in legacy neighborhoods that have undergone renewal before the implementation of the complete streets in 2018, as well as in neighborhoods that have not had completed renewal to date. Constructing permanent traffic safety features outside of renewal results in higher cost and potentially less optimized designs. Currently, street labs are installed in 38 neighborhoods, and of those 15 have been previously reconstructed through neighborhood renewal, with 2 upcoming in the next budget cycle for reconstruction, which is about 45% of the total installations. Next slide, please. When looking at operations and maintenance costs for each individual element, it's complicated as budgets are constructed at a city-wide basis. For illustrative purposes, we've shown on the screen the infrastructure operations and maintenance costs broken down into 2 categories and related to each other in order of magnitude. So your roads and your trees are typically your highest volume asset, and then it proportionally goes down. For roads, on a hard asset perspective, operations and maintenance on roadways comes from the highest order of magnitude of cost due to the size of inventory, as mentioned, and the types of maintenance and operations required. Operating and maintaining activities undertaken on the roads include, from an operations perspective, snow and ice removal and sweeping, and from a maintenance perspective, pothole repairs, mastic repairs, crack sealing, line painting, patch paving, as an example. Along with this, roadways also undergo renewal treatments, such as microsurfacing, pavement renewal, rehabilitation, and reconstruction as part of their 60-year life cycle. Bike lanes. The most significant operating activity undertaken on bike lanes is snow and ice removal due to the priority level associated to this type of infrastructure. Activities also include sweeping, markings, and corrective maintenance such as surface repairs, and then renewal treatment such as pavement renewal or rehabilitation may occur prior to the end of life reconstruction. Shared use pathways are very similar to bike lanes and have the highest priority for snow clearing, but also have maintenance activities such as surface repair, panel replacements, and trip hazard repairs. From a sidewalk perspective, sidewalks in neighborhoods have relatively low operating costs due to the long life cycle of concrete assets, and that snow and ice is largely the responsibility of the adjacent property owners in the neighborhood, and any maintenance done is primarily reactive. Once sidewalks reach the end of their life cycle, reactive repairs become more challenging. From a soft asset perspective, trees, once accepted into the inventory, regular operating and maintenance activities for open space and boulevard trees include inspection, watering, and pruning. Horticulture has activities related to hand weeding, pruning, mulching. Turf and naturalization. A large portion of turf that may be installed as part of the neighborhood renewal is actually located within the boulevards, which are the responsibility of the adjacent property owners to maintain. Other areas may be responsible for the city to mow. All depends on the geographic layout of that neighborhood. Areas that are naturalized will undergo regular watering until establishment with ongoing activities such as inspections and hazard mitigation as required. Turn it back over to Nicole to discuss the dollars and the cents.
Thanks, Caitlin. All right, so the next slide here shows the remaining funding that is left in the neighborhood renewal program for this budget cycle. As we are halfway through and there are lots of multi-year construction projects that go on, we do pull money pre-committed from future years for the majority of our programs. A little different than pulling full project money every year for the other types of things that we do. So this table outlines the current allocation of the $80 million that's remaining in the neighborhood renewal composite for 25 and 26. This is back from the start of 2024. And it does not include the local improvement tax levy allocation that is also there, which is what you'll see in the Q3 and Q2 reports. There's $32 million, which is committed in contracts for ongoing projects that remain in the composite. So this includes smaller local and collector short section paving, as well as rehabilitation, and then ongoing planning and design, as it's a fairly significant program that we have. The $8 million at this point in time is planning and design for the next group of neighborhoods that are coming up that would be started in planning and design in 2025 or 2026. So we have a list. You've all seen the ward updates and of the ones that would be starting in construction in 28, 29, and 30. These would be the ones that we would be starting planning and design of. And then the $40 million that is the remainder of this group of money is allocated for the delivery of the projects, including the 3 that were being brought forward as part of SCBA here, as well as Dunluce, which will be coming later in the spring, and 81st Ave, which is a smaller rehabilitation collector, but is not a standalone project. For context, while this program may start 3 to 5 new neighborhood reconstructions per year, due to the fact that the majority of the projects undertaken are multi-year projects that commit funding from future years, a funding reduction would require delaying more than 1 project per year. For example, in 2024, there were 4 new neighborhood reconstructions started, while there were also another 4 ongoing. There were 7 new alley projects started, with another 10 ongoing, with some of them being in combination with the larger neighborhood reconstructions for efficiency purposes. As well, there were 2 new collector renewal projects started in construction, and there were another 3 continuing in construction. And then finally, planning and design for all types of project for the next set of work is also happening any given year, which this year for 24 included 7 new projects starting in 2024 and a continuation of 12 others. So it's just a note that a reduction in funding at this point in the cycle will require some delays of some more than just 1 project or more than 1 project moving into the following year or the year after it. And now I'll turn it back over to Craig for the final dollars and cents and closing remarks.
All right, thanks Caitlin and Nicole. All right, so just to reinforce, the summary on this slide was the ask of what the 25 and 35% looks like. And the reduction scenarios on the slide identify the impact for the neighborhood renewal program with a reduction, as I said at the start, of 1 4-year budget cycle or 4 years only. with the assumption that the full funding would be returned after that. This report came forward originally in October of 22, as I mentioned. And as I mentioned earlier as well, the ongoing inflationary pressures that we're seeing everywhere would mean that the 35 limit that was presented 2 years ago would probably not hold today, and it would be less than that 35. And when we looked at those boundaries and why we didn't go further than 35 at the time, when I talked about that asset condition as an entire system being around that 14%, if we take any more than this, then we are chasing that condition getting poorer and poorer over time. So the analysis that was done really looked at how much investment do you need to stay on top of this asset and improve its condition, or at minimum, hold its condition steady. So 35% or more, you start degrading that overall system condition, even if you continue to invest at a lesser amount than that. And to reinforce, that 35% probably doesn't hold today with inflationary pressures. For context for everyone on that. Another reminder, if council wishes to amend or change the amount of dollars or the policy related ones, then there would have to be an advertised non-statutory public hearing in accordance with the policy. And more generally, in closing, the current funding levels for the Neighborhood Renewal Program are set to achieve its targets by 2039. If reduced funding is considered, a reminder that there's still over 150 neighborhood-wide projects planned, and we've been in about 150 of the over 300 neighborhoods. So I'm generalizing, but we are about halfway there in terms of neighborhoods we've touched versus those that will need future renewal over time. Another thing to remind council of is that this program took a decade to build up, not just in tax levy and dollar increases, but industry capacity to support this program. And impacts to that program, we'd have to look at those implications to that side of the equation as well in terms of industry support for the program. And with that, I think we are on the final slide that we will pause for speakers and then be back to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have two speakers. If you could signify if you're present online, Jason Wong and Conrad Nobert. Excellent. Welcome. So before we get started, I have a little preamble. So for each item, administration may provide opening remarks or a presentation. Members of the public who have registered to speak will be invited to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes and turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you are participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you are participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you are experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the Office of the City Clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. So, that being said, our first guest, Jason Wong, you have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Counselor. Hopefully you can hear me. Looks like you can. On neighborhood renewal, just want to say just a couple of short things. Hopefully won't need all 5 minutes. But first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to City Administration for ongoing great work on neighborhood renewal and refreshing our streets so that it's safer and more comfortable to drive, to walk, to get around the city, to schools, to our local businesses. Neighborhood renewal has been a program in Edmonton that is something, quite frankly, that we should be proud of. That when first implemented in the late 2000s, we recognized as something important for the city and important to do so in a way that is fairer and more equitable, and it is set by a process rather than on a project by project basis where either through political advocacy, projects would be identified. And so the current process, is something that, from our perspective at Paths for People, um, is a good one. We are seeing projects all across the city. We are seeing renewal in all types of neighborhoods and all different types of infrastructure being built in. Slowly neighborhood renewal is being, a vessel for implementing Vision Zero, and that's something that's been great to see. I wanted to say, on neighborhood renewal, this is again important not just for people, using any specific modes of mobility. This is really important for everybody. It's important for even the perceived beauty or safety of a neighborhood. If you're a driver going around in an older neighborhood with potholes, that costs money. Every single pothole that you hit causes wear and tear to your vehicle. Sidewalks that have cracks or uneven, they present accessibility barriers for folks moving around using mobility aids, for example, or in the winter, they prevent safer or good snow clearing, right? And that leads to safety issues in the longer term. So neighborhood renewal, like I said, benefits drivers, benefits folks who are walking, who are rolling. It's creating those opportunities for us to implement things like raised crosswalks near schools that are so important. Vision Zero Street Labs has also been a great program that the city has been running, but those are mostly temporary or smaller pieces of infrastructure. And neighborhood renewal, through a very prolonged engagement process for every single community, working really with that community, identifies places to make infrastructure like those Vision Zero Street Labs permanent and make that community permanently safe. So, or safer at least. So again, just wanted to say here that neighborhood renewal really should be seen as a great thing in our city, a program that is running equitably, that's bringing tremendous benefits that aren't always quantifiable. And obviously we're in tough budgetary times, but just wanted to speak in favor of neighborhood renewal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Conrad Norbert.
I don't believe that we have Conrad with us. We've confirmed that we've sent a Google Meet, but we have not heard from Conrad.
Okay. Going once, going twice. I guess we proceed with then invite my colleagues if you have any questions of the speaker to proceed. And if Conrad does join, we can ask them to speak later maybe. Any questions of Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for sharing your views and also championing this important investment in neighborhood renewal. And I agree with wholeheartedly what you have said. Can you speak briefly about, because there's a lot of, I think, questions out there that we're overbuilding neighborhoods, that we are expanding sidewalks, we're expanding multi-use paths, we're raising crosswalks but all those investments help us build infrastructure that allows everyone to use that infrastructure. People with mobility needs, people with who may not drive, need access to bike lanes, kids who need safety and all. Can you speak to a little bit more on that?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mayor Sohi. Certainly, I think those are the types of things that are hard to quantify or perhaps not even quantified. The value of having a neighborhood where, children do feel safe to play outside, right? That's something that I personally had the pleasure of doing when I was young, living in Millwoods, in the community of Mayanock. And, I made great friendships. I played ball hockey right on the streets. But my younger brother, who's 9 years younger than I am, he never had that opportunity. We moved neighborhoods further south of Ellerslie Road, and just the way that the streets were designed, it was in such a way that it didn't feel safe for him to be outside. And in fact, the same thing for most of the children in the neighborhood. Unlike when I grew up, children weren't playing around, running around outside on the streets. So there's certainly a huge benefit there for intangible things like that, of children feeling safe to walk to school, to play outside, for folks to feel more comfortable walking to their local cafes, right? Or their local grocery store even. But just on the costs too, I want to point out, actually from the report itself that administration had compiled, there's a table, and sorry, I don't have it directly in front of me. It's one of the first tables, but it breaks down the costs of each element of neighborhood renewal by type. And I believe, you can see in there that, active transportation is just 4%. In contrast, roads are over 40%, curbs and such, I believe, are 37.
Yeah.
Arguably, you could see that as neighborhood renewal. Most of that money is actually spent on, on roads and curbs that are necessary for those roads.
Yeah, no,
And
thank you for that. I know which slide you're referring to. And thank you for sharing that. I'm going to actually go in a different direction now. You may find my questions contradictory. Being a champion of this program, because I was on council when this program started, was Kim Crucial and myself that really took the charge and got this program going. My question is related, understanding the new kind of financial challenges that we have of municipality and the new affordability challenges and people's ability to pay, and we're looking at 8.1% tax levy. Are there opportunity to maybe scale down a program a bit? Not still continue to do it, but maybe scale down a bit, that recognizing that we have caught up quite a bit and there's still a need. Just want to get your thoughts on it. I have 49 seconds.
yeah, I would say generally across the city, one major area that we should revisit is just how much we are spending on our roadways, not just in neighborhood renewal, but in general. Like with the Yellowhead Freeway, for example, the cost of building extra lanes or extra, bridges and overpasses, these have a huge impact on our city, and we can get a lot more value by investing in active transportation options and in public transit.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate you being with us today to share your thoughts and perspectives. I wanted to just see if you had any reflections or insights around changing perceptions related to neighborhood renewal. And I'm sort of acutely aware of this, just going through a rather large renewal in Ward Métis right now, that's taking many stages. And one of the things I've noticed is there's sort of concern and over loss of space or resistance to the types of changes that you were talking about in the early phases of a project. And obviously it's painful while it's happening, but does Pastoral people have any information or stories around some of the minds that get changed after we actually have something to point to, and people can see and feel the difference in safety when it comes to infrastructure?
Yeah, that's a great question. Off the top of my head, I can't think of one specific neighborhood renewal related example, but I can certainly say, generally this is something that we do see and hear from our members, and not just from our members' experiences, right? But what they're hearing from their neighbors and their friends and family as well. A lot of folks don't understand, why certain types of infrastructure are put in place. like including Vision Zero Street Labs, but they then recognize all the benefits of fewer uh, vehicles shortcutting through neighborhoods, for example, or they just feel safer to cross streets. Just personally, I can give one example of related to Vision Zero Street Labs, which again I think is uh, in neighborhood renewal gets the opportunity to become something that's a much better facility. But just my parents, they live, like I said, south of the Ellerslie in the Heritage Valley community, and they, quite frankly, they don't think very often about you know speed limits or road widths, road right of ways, or even parking for that matter. But they're quite active in getting around their community. They're into their 50s and they've taken up. My father's taken up marathon running actually, and there were a couple of street labs implemented just around crossings with a couple of collector and arterial roads. And he remarked to me how he had never even thought about just the fact that by I can't remember the technical term right now, but by extending the curb near crossings, not even to a raised crossing, to a level of raised crossing, but just by extending the curb, he felt so much safer. He felt so much more visible. And even as a driver, he felt so much more comfortable going through that intersection, knowing that he would know where to look for pedestrians or cyclists or people on other types of rolling vehicles, and that he was so much more confident in driving and running and walking throughout the whole neighborhood. So.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Last call for questions of the speaker. I'll just look to the clerk. Has the other speaker joined the meeting?
No, they have not, and our offices have not heard from him.
Okay, then I'm going to assume it's not a public hearing. We don't have to be super strict, but I'm assuming that's a pass. Now we move to questions of administration. So I invite my colleagues to sign up on the board. Councillor Knack.
Councillor Wright selected it, I believe.
Oh, Councillor Wright, did you select it?
Yes, I did.
Would you
Okay.
like to start?
Sure, why not? I'm just wondering about, I can't remember, I think it was Craig that talked about like industry being able to keep up with the work. Considering labor, trade skills shortages and things like that these days, do we anticipate that they will be able to keep up at the pace that we want?
Short answer is yes. Yeah, like I said, we spent a decade slowly ramping up the funding, which gave industry that decade to keep pace with the program. And now we've done similar, and nothing in here talks about ALI program or dollars, but we've done a similar thing over the last budget cycle with the ALI program. So part of that transitioning it in is what's allowed industry to keep pace.
Okay.
And they are currently ramped up to continue to do that.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, thank you. And then I'm also wondering about, and I think Jason kind of referenced it as well, is other work being done with traffic calming, with the Vision Zero Street Labs and that. If we don't address some of these things within neighborhood renewal, then we're just looking for other programs to pick up those costs. Is that right?
That's correct. It'll be retrofits through temporary traffic calming or through the Vision Zero program. Yeah.
Okay, and funding for Vision Zero program has reduced?
So the funding for Vision Zero is through the TASER Reserve.
Okay, and that has been reducing over the years. And
Over the years.
And we've had to actually, I think there was a request that came in the 2023-2026 budget to increase that funding, right?
So there is a tax levy that's going into the TASER Reserve for 2026, 27, and then beyond, but it would not increase the TASER Reserve.
Not increase the TASER Reserve, but increase funding for Vision Zero.
Tax levy, yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, and I'm just wondering, going through the list of the neighborhoods that have been done, I see some kind of seem to be on schedule with having that microsurfacing every 10 years. but then some aren't even on the list for having any sort of neighborhood renewal between 2009 and now. What's the process for determining priority?
So priority is determined upon asset condition, so looking mostly at the roads because the roads is the largest piece associated to the neighborhood, so it really is dependent upon that. Microsurfacing is a preventative maintenance thing. It's not really a reactive maintenance thing. It's once you put a new top on the road, it's to keep the top nice for the next treatment that comes. So some of the really older ones will not get microsurfacing because the top of the road is already past the point of that doing anything in any way, shape, or form. So they'll more get a grind and overlay pavement renewal type of thing in between. Reminder, we have 300 neighborhoods. There's only so much money and only so many we can get to. So we do really try to focus on the condition and have prioritized it as such. But there are a lot that are still lacking and a lot that still requires some of these treatments.
So, and you're right, Councillor, from a general public perspective, it might seem like we've gone to a neighborhood twice, while another neighborhood that looks in much poorer condition that we're waiting for a full reconstruction is just getting the maintenance, standard maintenance to keep the condition safe. So that perception's there, but the reason for it is as Nicole just stated.
Okay, but so the assessments, you do those across the city on an ongoing basis, or is it through 311 inquiries or complaints?
In terms of that asset condition, our asset management group has an ongoing condition assessment program that allows us to watch how that condition is changing over time. So there'll be some tweaks and adjustments to our priorities if we see conditions change unexpected. Okay. So that's the nature of what we do.
To add to that, Councillor Wright, we work very closely with our partners in IIS. So anytime that we say we're the eyes and the ears of the roads on a more of a day-to-day basis through 311. So we are in constant communication with them, saying like, hey, this is what we're noticing, to allow them to make an informed decision on that prioritization.
Okay, and just in my last few seconds, I know you said it sort of the primary focus was on the roads and that, but if the sidewalks are crumbling, and I think there was some kind of pilot where we were replacing or patching with asphalt rather than concrete?
Yeah, it's the asset condition is all of those assets, so we're monitoring all of them. But as Nicole said, the driver will fundamentally be the pavement condition, but the secondary one is looking at that overall sidewalk condition. And as Caitlin's mentioned, it's directly proportional to the maintenance costs of all of those assets together.
Okay, thank you. My time is almost up. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Carmel. Oh, right, committee, pardon me. Councillor Knack.
Mr. Chair, before you start my time.
Oh, please.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I think I might be asking the same thing. I know our other guest has joined, and since it's committee, we're a little more flexible. If we're willing to take a break to hear from our other guest who had registered to speak, I'm comfortable with that.
I will look if there's unanimously consent. If anyone objects to allowing the speaker the 5 minutes now, I realize we went through speakers already. Going once, going twice. Okay. Guest Snowbear, I invite you to take the 5 minutes now, and then we'll resume questions of the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that, and yeah, thanks a lot for allowing me to speak. Wow, like I was late? That's never happened before. Yeah, so maybe, my name's Conrad Nobert. I'm a resident of the Strathcona community. We underwent neighborhood renewal in, recently, and I came here to provide my fulsome support for this program that, not only just rebuilds neighborhoods based on old 1960s, designs, but rather takes a moment to consider the needs of today's residents. So next slide, please. Yeah, neighborhood renewal is kids walking to school. It makes it easier and safer for kids to walk to school. It's so amazing in my neighborhood, the change that this has made. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is 87th Avenue, and there's a path that has been there for a long time, kind of this informal path before renewal. This is a picture of it before renewal. And that path connects a high-density area to, on the other side of 87th is 2 playgrounds, a school, a daycare, and the community league building. But kids and parents walking their kids to school or wherever were greatly encouraged to jaywalk at this point because because they were almost there, just a few meters, and then, but as you can see from the picture, they would then, you know, pop up usually between two cars. It was kind of a dangerous, uncomfortable situation. Next slide, please. The neighborhood renewal team came in, consulted, and, you know, decided to narrow the avenue and also put a raised crosswalk there. So now kids walking to school, parents walking their kids to daycare have a legal, safe means to cross the street. I think it's a beautiful addition to our neighborhood. Next slide, please. This is another example. This crosswalk actually connects two schools, one school across the street from the other. Next slide, please. And you can see that the street has been narrowed. Narrower streets are safer streets, and there's a raised crosswalk there. So again, you know, big improvement. Kids are safer. Next slide, please. This is that same intersection. Actually, if you keep your eye on the tree, you know, you can see that there's a big truck illegally parked, you know, closer than 5 meters to the intersection. Next slide, please. There's that same tree now with neighborhood renewal. They didn't just rebuild it to the old design. They put in a curb bump out, and so now it's actually impossible to park illegally, and those sight lines for the kids walking across the street are clear and open. So, you know, a wonderful change. Next slide, please. Neighborhood renewal also equals tree-shaded streets. Next slide. So this is like Pleasant View. In today's new world of extreme heat days, this avenue is baked in sun. You know, used to be before this happens. If you move to the next slide, the neighborhood renewal team went in and installed boulevarded trees. So these are oaks. I mean, in 10 to 20 years, these are going to be. You know, this is going to be a wonderful avenue, and we're like, you know, we built this for current and future residents to enjoy. Now, everyone loves a nice tree-lined street, right? Next slide, please. And finally, neighborhood renewal equals vibrant spaces. So if you go forward again, next slide. Yeah, this is the you know, Sugar Bowl and the high-level diner. Although, you know, like ever since I've lived in the neighborhood 25 years, the vast majority of people who visit this strip of businesses walks and bikes there. The old design, you know, antiquated old design, had most of the space reserved for cars, as you can see here. And next slide, please. But now the neighborhood renewal team came in, you know, when they did a Garneau, and it's a wonderful place for mingling and lingering, and it's quieter and safer. It's just more pleasant. And if you look carefully, you know, between last slide and this slide, there was a for lease sign before, and now it's fully rented out or fully utilized. Next slide, please. So yeah, if anything, I just have a couple suggestions to be more aggressive on this stuff. So I'd like the neighborhood renewal team to more actively look to reduce redundant roadways. There's big money savings there, and then also more treed boulevards. Next slide. So this is a recently renewed avenue that didn't get boulevard trees, which is, you know, sad emoji. And then next slide again. During, you know, Strathcona's renewal, I identified this strip of roadway that, you know, could have been you know, potentially redundant, and I was a bit disappointed that it wasn't just eliminated rather than rebuilt at great expense. So anyways, thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you to the speaker, and yeah, Mayor Sohi would like to ask the speaker a question.
Yeah, just quickly, you know, you lived in that neighborhood prior to reconstruction or renewal and after renewal. And what has been, like, there were people against renewal. What has been people's perception now? Those who were concerned about neighborhood renewal in your neighborhood, and what do they think now?
Thank you. Yes, there was vocal opposition at the time. Yeah. I think that, you know, changes maybe induce a fight or flight response sometimes in people, and so. I think that the people against the plan were in a minority, but they were quite vocal, like, I think that the changes are widely regarded as good. You know, people like them. I see people enjoying the new benches, the new spaces, and I know of at least one example where someone who was quite against you know, one of the changes now actually denies ever having been against it. So, I think that, that change is always hard, but in our neighborhood, it's been quite, well received, and I'm really happy that the neighborhood renewal team listened to the quieter majority, because it was a majority that wanted to see these changes go through.
Yeah, change does bring uncertainty, and when people haven't seen it yet, but once they see it and experience, that's what I'm hearing that from you, that once people experience that changed atmosphere, they kind of welcome it.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely, and actually, I'd love to see the city, have a campaign that does these before and after pictures. Like, as I was doing them, I was like, wow, these changes are so great, but they kind of happen. Maybe people don't come to the places that have had these improvements. I'd love to see social media before and after memes or whatever coming from the neighborhood renewal team, showing. Boulevards, like boulevards on streets, like everyone loves that. So, anyways, yeah.
No, thank you for sharing those pictures, because they do give that contrast, right? Thank you, and thank you for your advocacy. Appreciate it. Thanks.
And should I keep going through the speakers, or should I go to our guests from what is protocol? Clerk, do I introduce our guests, or do I continue with, we have another question for the speaker? Okay, I'll go to the guests then. So welcome to the guests. We have the grade 6 class from Jan Reimer School in Ward Carahio. Welcome, is that you? Did I get this correct? Yep, thumbs up. Awesome. And your city councilor is Councilor Karen Tang, who's here. So if you want to give them a wave, awesome. How long are you here? Just the day or the week? Just the one day, excellent. And I believe we have a second group here as well too, called the. Could you say it for me? The Probus Club of Central Edmonton. With leader Clark, and also with the teacher with John Reimer School, teacher Butler. So welcome. So yeah, as you can see, we're in the middle of a committee meeting today where we have a guest from the public sharing their views in a presentation. We're listening, and then we're going to be asking them questions. And then we're going to be listening to administration, sharing their thoughts, and then we'll be making a decision. So a lot of listening, asking questions, getting curious, and then making decisions. So we welcome you to stay for the duration, or we'll maybe see you at the break. Welcome. It's not the first time we've had practical jokers play pranks on us, so I'll explain later at the lunch. Now, Councillor Rutherford. Yeah, please.
Sorry, just to the guest speaker, I just wanted to ask you a few questions since you've had experience, because there's some neighborhoods in the ward that I represent that are going through neighborhood renewal right now. I think about 132 Ave, which intersects a lot of neighborhoods, and then Dunluce as well. One of the things I hear as sort of a thread is this idea that it's anti-democratic, so, or that we're only listening to a vocal, like, sort of bike cyclist specialty group. As your experience, what was your experience like with the public engagement? Did you get everything you want? What are your thoughts on sort of where that compromise happened in the neighborhood? Just thoughts on that in general.
Yeah, the same kind of things were said during our renewal. It was difficult. I think, I certainly didn't get everything that I wanted. I was hoping the original plan had these full parklets on 98th Street and 97th Street that would have actually closed down part of the street and made it into to little parks, and that was eliminated. I was really disappointed by that because I was so excited to see them the first time. So I thought that was a big compromise. I found that that the consultation was, to be honest, it was really deep and thorough, and actually I was, strategically I was like, do they have to go put flyers at everyone's house? Because I like the plan as it is, and I wish it would just go through, kind of, but the neighborhood renewal consultation team was quite relentless to get out to everyone. And so I thought that the consultation process was a fulsome one. It was thorough. It was deep. But something that did happen is the people who liked it kind of stopped showing up. That was my perception. So you see the plan, you're like, oh, okay, cool, and then you just move on. So I think that the like results of surveys and stuff that are early and that are positive need to be given the same weight as perhaps loud vocal opposition voices even later in the process, because they are pushing hard near the end, but the person who liked it and has gone home and isn't engaged anymore, their voice needs to stay just as important. So yeah, but it is hard, and I'm not going to lie, it was a source of conflict in our neighborhood for sure.
Is there anything you think could be done to improve that, like as we're talking about it today, or in your mind? Like, because you said it's a source of conflict. Is there any way that we could be better mitigating that conflict? That we could be.
The only way to not have any conflict would have been to just rebuild it the same way, and I don't think that that's an acceptable outcome. So I think that the city is doing amazing work here, and there is going to be friction, and I just
Why is not building it exactly the same an acceptable outcome in your mind?
Well, because I think that our neighborhoods were built at a time when we thought that everyone was going to drive everywhere for everything, and we've seen the shortcomings of that now. My mother-in-law lives in an auto-oriented neighborhood, and she's basically trapped in her house. And so when modernism was the brave new future where cars were going to do everything, I think was the 50s and 60s when we built out most of the neighborhoods, we just didn't see these shortcomings. Now even Strathcona, which has one of the highest levels of walking and cycling in the city, it's still completely car dominated. Like most of the public space is reserved for car transport or parking. So the changes are still quite mild, and so just because some people want zero change, I guess, and I don't think that a certain segment of the population is not willing to compromise at all. I just really hope that the city continues to be brave and push through that.
Thank you.
Councillor Rice, you had a question for the speaker? Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Actually, I really enjoyed that presentation. I like the way how you present the change and also demonstrate the value of this program. So thank you for that. So in your presentation, and you mentioned one point I would like to get some more specific. So talk about the your suggestions reduce some like redundant roadway constructions, everything. So from that perspective, you mentioned one point could save more money. So can you be more specific, talk about a little bit more for that?
Okay, yeah, and I did sneak that in with very little time. And I'm a layperson, so in my view, this piece of road, there's already one main access to this little area of houses, and there's another one that could be made quite easily by rebuilding an alley, adding about 10 feet to it. So then there would be two accesses to the neighborhood, and I just thought, why are we leaving this road in? And so. But again, I'm a layperson, so it's quite possible that the neighborhood renewal team had some reason to leave it in. But so if it indeed was redundant, if I was right, then based on kind of just because it was already there, we rebuilt 200 meters of road. I think that's $200,000 in savings if it was a redundant road. So if the neighborhood renewal team had more of a mandate to look for, here's a strip of road that, look, there's two other ways to get somewhere, and it's not really being helpful anymore. we could take it out of our system. We don't have to rebuild it. That saves money. We don't have to maintain it. So that was what I meant.
So that is actually great points. Through your description, I saw two factors here. So I will confirm with administration as well. So one is about, so how we only look at the neighborhood renew program specific for the road construction. And so we need to look at that systematical timeline and also the design and planning and from roadway perspective. And also you mentioned another important factor is alley program. So that one is not in our neighborhood renew program. So I will ask city administration related question later on. I think that's point, and I heard from other neighborhoods as well. I'm so glad you mentioned this, and this is actually give us some options to take a look how we improve the program and use our existing and limited resources. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Any other questions of the speaker? Nope. I'll pass. I'll follow up, but I appreciate you coming and sharing, and I would ask that if you can email your presentation to everyone. I think we want it. Has it been sent already? Excellent. We've got it then. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, appreciate it. So we will resume to questions of administration. I'm sorry, Councillor Knack, you were on the board, so you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. And again, thanks to administration for the presentation, for all the details in here. Really enjoyed having that. I hope that I know portions of it are already on the Neighborhood Renewal website, but I'd love to see like that presentation in full is right up on there. I think that's a good way for people to learn more about this. So lots of questions. I wanted to just check. I know I've oddly, even though I've been in the seat for a long time, I'm only just going through my first neighborhood renewal experience in 3 different communities. So I'm only just at the beginning of getting some of the feedback from some folks who are a little more, responding to the change in their area. So just wanted to get some history. You talked about how through the program, you might be reducing road inventory maybe upwards of 5 to 10%. It sounds like more often than not that's happening on a local road that was maybe built far wider than it would have normally been, or on some of these collector roads as we go through. Are those examples, I guess I wanted to ask, are there any examples of where you've reduced the road width just to save money, or have they all been done with the desire to address a traffic safety concern, as an example, or to helping address operational efficiency by putting in a boulevard where you can store snow? I just wanted to get a sense of that.
Typically, we're narrowing roads in order to align with standards, and in turn, that does result in some savings, but primarily the roads are wider than today's standards, resulting in folks traveling a little bit more faster than they should be on residential roads and in alignment with 40 kilometers an hour.
So from what I'm hearing at a high level, this is any time where you've made a decision to reduce road width, it's been to address some type of other objective, accessibility, safety, that type of change. It's not just being done arbitrarily, I guess.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
In select locations.
Okay, great. I wanted to ask about the sidewalks widths. Again, I think there's a general understanding, but I think part of this change was a design change to have a more accessible sidewalk, so that on a standard sidewalk now you can ideally have 2 people in wheelchairs side by side. That's sort of the standard that we're at now?
Yeah, if Pascal's here, I'll maybe let her speak to that.
That's correct, Councillor Knack. So the sidewalk standard is 1.8 meter, which is exactly the space needed for 2 wheelchairs, 2 strollers, 2 people walking side by side.
Okay, great. And this was done based off feedback from groups like the Accessibility Advisory Committee. This is a long-standing best practice, not just in Edmonton, but I mean really worldwide, to ensure accessibility.
Absolutely.
And in most cases where these sidewalks are being replaced to this new width, they're changing maybe by 1 to 2 feet, because most of our older sidewalks are either sort of 1.2 or 1.5 meters wide in a lot of cases. Is that the case?
That's correct.
Okay. Great. You touched on the 15 communities that have undergone street labs are in communities that have already undergone neighborhood renewal, and I know Councillor Wright was asking a bit about that. I wanted to just check, I think for the other ones where that wasn't the case, I can think of at least 2, maybe 3 newer communities that I represent that have undergone street labs with these wider collector roadways, which I imagine in the future when we one day get to reconstruct them in 40 years, because they're fairly new, we're going to do the same thing. So it feels like there's a pretty standard trend amongst most of these communities that have gone through street labs that we're sort of addressing the same type of roadway design, where we're hearing a lot of traffic safety concerns, speeding concerns. In the new neighborhoods I'm representing, no kids are walking to the school. We're talking about trying to install traffic lights beside a school on a collector road because they just don't feel safe having their kids. So that's what we're seeing consistently. So is it fair to say that these types of collector roads have become a pretty massive point of concern from Edmontonians for some time now?
Maybe we can let Jessica Lamar comment on that.
Sure.
Yes, Councillor Knack, I would say we're in alignment with the kinds of traffic calming that we're putting in, whether it's through neighborhood renewal or retrofit through Safe Mobility and the Vision Zero programs. And so yes, likely when they're moving to a full reconstruction stage, we'll be seeing something similar to what we are putting in with temporary measures become permanent.
Okay, I got so many more questions, but I'm out of time on round 1. I'll be back.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I have lots of questions as well. I try to focus on to get into the 5 minutes. So the fixed annual budget, and it's 159 since 2019.
That's correct.
And so my understanding, you can let me know if my understanding is correct. Because of that, but with every cent and then the cost increase, and right now, and with this fixed amount, actually slow down our neighborhood renewal program.
Yeah, we're starting to see those pressures in our buying power, as I mentioned, and that will likely continue to grow as a burden to the program.
So why am I asking this question? Because through my visit and in the neighborhood, specifically in the mature neighborhood, and almost 50 years, I believe, or some over 50 years. So the concern is getting bigger and bigger. And with the broken sidewalks, that is, our speaker talk about this renew means the safe walking for kids to the school. That is not happening. I heard many parents complain about their kids get injured, and also the seniors get injured. So is there any way and we could, and then to address those concerns instead of waiting for the scheduling? I know the scheduling right now, you have a certain criteria. You're talking about the prioritizing here. So I want to learn a little bit more about how you based on the condition goal and to prioritize that schedule. And because I saw some gap there.
Maybe I'll let Caitlin jump in, because part of that exercise is the full life cycle, including the operations and maintenance side.
Yeah, Councillor Rice, thanks for the question. So when we're looking at defects when the sidewalk, whether they're trip hazards or retrofits for safe mobility for traffic calming, we're really looking at it from through on data perspective, but we're also balancing it based on the available resourcing budget that we have. So we budget at a city level for that operations. And we also make sure that we're prioritizing from a city perspective in terms of size, severity, location, et cetera.
So that is my related question, and then at the city level, because how you reconciliation between the city level and the specific individual neighborhoods, and because for certain individual neighborhoods, their condition is really poor. Like you mentioned a little bit earlier in your presentation, really poor condition. And then if we focus on city level and those neighborhoods did not get attention and for the renewal.
Yeah, maybe to supplement, as Caitlin was indicating, we, whether it's through 311 calls or frequency of those, if we're aware of trip hazards and things that are safety concerns, the operation and maintenance teams do go and fix those until we're able to get there. But you're right, the burden grows in terms of how much we can be at, how often, and every place at once in that overall condition. So it's a fair comment.
I know I feel bad to put into that position with the limited resources and the cost increase, but the condition is getting poorer and poorer. And we are facing that challenge. So right now, from today's discussion, I'm really looking for the solution. I put you in this position with a fixed 159 and with everything cost increase, but you still have the same money and to do all the cities. So that is why I'm looking for a solution. So I will listen to my colleagues' question as well. But I do want to talk about another portion is about cost portion. The cost portion so I know, and this program does not include ALI program. So I may ask you the reason why. That's number one. Number two, most portion, 47% and 30%, and is focused on the roads and the concrete. Of course, concrete is including like some curb extension or sidewalks, all kinds of things. But right now, the most concern we heard is not about the pavement or surface, it's more about the sidewalks to ensure that the safety in place. So is there anything, any plan, design, and could be switch some like focusing to really meet that community needs? I know I don't have time. I don't know if Chair allow me I have enough time for their answers.
This committee, we're loose.
All right. I will still try to be fairly brief. So when I talked about neighborhood or the alley program not being here, I just meant in the dollars we showed. It's not here. It wasn't part of the review of the reduction. The alley program is $20 million a year. That was slowly ramped up from 2019 to 2022. It's just getting going. Its asset condition is very poor. So we didn't bring that into the equation here for that very reason. So it is funded, and we have a full funded program to achieve long-term goals in that. When it comes to the sidewalks, I can let Nicole maybe speak a bit more, and or Caitlin.
Yeah, so for the sidewalk breakdown in the chart that you're seeing there, that's when we go into a neighborhood and we do a full neighborhood. So that is what that dollar figure represents. It's not for the full city, how much is spent on concrete. There's only so much concrete in a neighborhood, so there's only so much money that we can actually spend correcting the concrete in a neighborhood once we go into renewal. So that's what that number actually looks like and means. Outside of neighborhood renewal, there isn't a sidewalk renewal program associated to it. It is just reactive repair that City Ops goes and does. And then with the local improvement tax, which is paying for half of the construction of the sidewalks in the neighborhoods, that becomes an interesting funding perspective as well to do a separate program and doing separate sidewalks outside of neighborhood renewal, just from a funding perspective.
Thank you. Next is, actually, I'm going to hop in at this point. All right, Mayor Sohi, did you want to? No? Why don't you go and I'll go after you. Go for it.
Sure, thank you. When this program was started, I remember very vigorous debatement from 2007, 8, and 9 leading to this program. I don't think any of you were here then. Oh my God, it makes me feel old. We were only fixing one neighborhood a year. How many are we fixing now?
We're starting about 3 to 5 a year, depending upon the size of the neighborhoods.
So we start 3 to 5, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when you think about the multi-year, we're in 10 to 15 on average on that trend.
Okay,
Those
10,
are 2 to 3 year programs typically.
15, because we have close to 350 neighborhoods in that range, right? So
I don't know the exact number, but we were over 300 neighborhoods when we started the program, and neighborhoods continue to
now
come
that
online
inventory continues to grow.
That's right.
But the funding with inflation is kind of the value of that fund is, as you were answering Councillor Rice's questions. Okay. Do we know what has been the cost reductions in the, like overall, like if you look at you go and fix a neighborhood, what is the operating cost reductions per neighborhood? Have we done that analysis?
We don't budget by neighborhood for operating cost. So what we did look at, Mayor,
Citywide.
was looking at if you were to defer that renewal, it's a about 200,000 annually per neighborhood in order to continue to maintain things that are in DNF condition.
Oh, I see. So that is kind of going in, filling potholes and doing some of the
The safety stuff,
safety
so
stuff.
more of a surgical intervention of fixing key priority areas to make sure that at least a base level of safety is maintained.
Right, right. And the incremental cost that you identified in the report about, say, 4% on average for active transportations, and then another 3% on traffic safety. Like, these are not nice to have things, right? These are kind of pretty basic transportation choices that people make or encouraging them to make by having a good functioning safe infrastructure for people to move around.
Agreed, and as we showed on that map, they're targeted for those higher activity areas or the safety areas such in front of schools, parks, things like that.
Right.
Where we are intentional with that.
Okay, so, because I'm looking at the map as well, you gave the map of a neighborhood where you have Collector Road, then you have the neighborhood roads, right? So most of the enhancements are on collector roads or arterial roads within the neighborhood.
So collector roads, yes.
Okay, not, like, you're not often widening sidewalks on neighborhood streets, right? Neighborhood roads.
For local roads, we will widen
I
sidewalks if there are requirements to meet the standard designs, if we have the room, and if there's no utility conflicts, we will do that as
And
well.
those are done to improve accessibility for, people with mobility needs, so they can move around, young families with kids and strollers, so you need more space.
That's right, and as Nicole said, it's when we can. If we have very mature trees, we'll sometimes look at those trade-offs and make sure we ensure the trees stay. So wherever we can, we try to achieve
So
exactly that.
it's kind of context-based in the neighborhood, right? Depending on okay, got it. All right. And so I know this is a difficult conversation in a way that we are trying to balance the needs of renewal in neighborhood, but at the same time recognizing the financial difficulties that we're going through in this road. So you presented an option of, if we do 25% reduction or 35% reduction, are there opportunities to maybe, do we look at, like, this is an important program, we've got to carry on, right? Carry on the work, but are there opportunities where we shift some of this, for example, this is pay as you go, take money out of maybe debt that is freed up, shift it over to pay as you go, free some pay as you go for, dealing with some of the pressures on tax levy.
I know Stacy's here. I don't know, Stacy, if you want to jump in on that.
Sorry, I'm going to need you to repeat the question.
So what I'm asking is, are there opportunities for us to kind of shift some of the pay as you go over to debt, continue with the work, right? But that frees up some resources that we can actually allocate towards some of the other pressures, such as FSR, replenishment, and deal with some of the tax levy increase challenges that we have.
So if you're talking about pay-as-you-go,
Yeah.
the challenge with pay-as-you-go is that is the funding source that we use to fund the component of the projects that can't utilize another funding source.
Mm-hmm.
So either projects that are not debt eligible, or projects or the pay-as-you-go is used for the ineligible component of projects.
Yeah, okay. I know, I'm out of time. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. I want to jump in at this point. So, yeah, I appreciate the presentation. I would say in my anecdata here, just Grandview loathed it when they were going through it, but loved it now that it's done. I've heard positive things from Malmo, positive things from Garneau, positive things from pretty well everyone in my ward that people have gone through. It's a terrible, terrible summer, construction, chaos, everything. Do you do any before and after feedback or survey or anything? Like, have we gone back to formally these neighborhoods and sort of pre-post?
Sure, I can say we don't do public engagement surveys afterwards that these things are done, but of course, anecdotally, we have folks that have come out to our other open houses, or their parents or their friends live in other projects and have come and talked to us about those types of things as well. So we've heard that feedback, but not directly through surveys.
It's interesting, I know in Grandview, they were really worried about some of the traffic calming measures being put in, but once they were put in, now they're demanding those traffic calming measures on other avenues, saying, we like what that is, why can't you do this on 62nd, or, you know, so it's, I wonder if there's a way to capture some of this to show other neighborhoods who may be going through it, here's what we learned.
Yeah, point taken, Councillor, for sure, in terms of that.
Yeah. So I had a question about, the second speaker raised a question about if there's cost savings, it might be in minimizing assets, that like road diets, reduction of carrying the infrastructure into perpetuity. How do we look for that in terms of options to reduce roads, parking, asphalt, etc.?
Councillor, I'd say that's part of the design process. That's first of all through a technical review, and we have closed redundant piece of roads before. Typically they are near open spaces, or there's sometimes islands within neighborhoods, or just simply redundant road spaces that don't need to be there, and we come to council to go through that road closure process.
And I know we've talked about standards here generically. I would say that over time we've really looked at what lane width do you need for a car to park and a car to travel, and we have been reducing that in our standards. So we look for those opportunities, and you'll see oftentimes the pictures of reduced road width where we use the space for landscaping or wider sidewalks. That is a trend happening as part of that standard evolution for context.
And I apologize if I missed it. I'm looking at attachment 2, but could you tell me what are the next 5 neighborhoods up for renewal?
So no.
So
the next ones that are coming are the ones that are the standalones that'll moved into construction. So we've got Glenwood, we've got Dunluce, we've got Overlander, Homesteader, and we've got Hillview are the 4 that are scheduled to start construction in 2025. From a planning and design perspective, for the ones that are starting, we're still narrowing that down with new condition assessment stuff, but I think Jen can help me with the amount that we're looking through, but there's a fair amount though.
So I think this is a problem I want to flag, and I know there's a bit of art and a bit of science here, but when I was a public school trustee, we had an inventory asset list of all of the schools that we knew our priority capital maintenance and renewal list. We could say that Baldwin is up for maintenance next, and then this one and this one, and these ones are in such bad condition we're recommending closure or we're recommending consolidation. It would really help me if I could say, Greenfield, you are not up in this 23 to 26 queue, but you are definitely up in the next one. But then Overlanders, you're not going until 2036 or something, like, because surely you could batch them in a tier of groups of 4 or 5. I know there's a bit of like, and it's a moving target, potholes get worse, etc. But like, we know that there's liability issues on sidewalks in certain neighborhoods. We know there's trip hazards. We know that there's constant requests for 311 resurfacing, etc. And I think the absence of actually having a list to point to, it becomes nebulous. So maybe as a question, why the hesitation?
I would say no hesitation. We've tried to evolve that, and we've tried to give council every year, 8-year window of where we're confident enough, and we always put a window of time in as we go out. As we talked about, we assess condition on an ongoing basis, and the program isn't just about full reconstruction. We have plans to overlay roads. If we see those roads deteriorating rapidly, we might pause that, go right to a reconstruction. So the only caution is not misrepresenting what we actually do as we get closer. But we have an inventory of all of our assets from just built to ready to go. It's just what we present and the way we provide it to you, so you can give some confidence and continuity and consistency to the communities, so we don't set false expectations on the other side of that.
Yeah, and just to add to that, that ward update is an annual thing that comes out in the spring of every year and lists what the next neighborhoods are for the next 8 years. We don't go any further than that with inflationary costs or things like that. We got to figure out how we pigeonhole into the funding we have. So we do give an 8-year outlook.
But no names.
No, they're all named.
They're all named.
They're all named.
So we have that outlook somewhere.
You have it, I believe we sent it out in May of this year, but we can get it back.
So the
to you.
following items are up for renewal. We could go and look at that. Okay, my
100%.
apologies. I will double check that then. Thank you. That's excellent. Next on the queue, I believe, is Councillor Carmel.
Great, thank you. So I want to ask some questions about the flow of money. So my understanding is that there's a dedicated tax levy. So $159 million of the taxes that we collect every year goes into a reserve. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then dollars come out of the reserve to fund individual projects, be they full reconstructions, overlays, what have you.
That's right.
So what is governed by the bylaw? If, for instance, we wanted to reduce that $159 million contribution for a couple of years, does that have to go to a public hearing? Or is it the money that comes out of the reserve and the actual spend on projects that's the subject of a public hearing?
Yeah, the way that the policy is written, and I'll let others jump in if I think Harm's online now, Stacy had to leave on the context of it, is that the funding for neighborhood renewal within the policy has set targets to only be used for neighborhood type work within the context of how it's defined. The collector, local roads, sidewalks, streetlights, basically is how it's written, with the goal of achieving that condition by 2039. So
Yeah,
the
goals,
intent.
the goals are laudable. My question is about the cash flow.
Right.
You know, so if like many other organizations, if we need to diminish the cash flow for a while, for 2 or 3 years, and then either catch up or restore it,
Yeah.
we could do that with any of the arterial renewal envelopes, as an example. You know, a motion could be moved next week that says, spend less money on X.
Right.
So my question is, in this instance, can we reduce the amount of tax dollars collected? Can we reduce this $159 million to some other value for a couple of years, or does that require a public hearing?
You can reduce the dollars, that's your discretion as council. If it impacts the description of the intent of the policy, it needs to go through that non-statutory public hearing to make sure the public has a chance
to weigh
in.
Sure, okay.
Besides that, yes, you can.
Okay, so it's the non-stat that's part of that, okay. You said that, if I heard you correctly, Mr. Wabam, that the neighborhood bucket is 14% of those neighborhoods are in D and F.
That's correct.
So, but that's on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis, right? Like, is there sub-neighborhoods or parts of neighborhoods or?
That's a system-wide statistics.
Yeah.
All neighborhoods, all average condition overall basis.
So if the amount of money that was spent on neighborhood renewal was reduced for a few years, if it was reduced forever, then that number would go up. If it was reduced for a few years, it could be that we could focus on the Fs and have a few more Ds, but the overall system condition would not change that much. Fair?
Or it would take us more time to achieve that policy goal.
Yeah, I think one of your slides said 6 years, so instead of 2039, it's 2045.
Correct.
If that flowed all the way through.
As long as the reduction doesn't get too great, as I talked about, yes.
$32 million is committed. Does that mean contracted?
Yes, it does.
Okay. $8 million is planned, so that's not contracted.
The 8 million and the 40 million are not in contracts.
Okay, so that spending doesn't have to happen pending the conversation around the non-stat public hearing, yes?
That's correct.
And then I want to go back to that, you know, there's two approaches, well, there's a couple of approaches, several approaches. There is, this is the program for this neighborhood or that neighborhood or this collection of neighborhoods, and we're going to figure out what the program costs and then fund the program. Or there is, this is the budget available, how much can we do with the available budget? We do the former, yeah?
Yeah, right now, it's a bit of both, but right now we're programming within the limits of all the policy elements and things like that, and then we scale the project based all of those. So the first part of your question is the answer, how we manage the program today.
So I'm going back to this bylaw, as if we make available a budget and we spend to the budget as opposed to spending to the program, are we contravening the bylaw? Like, it says we have to spend, it doesn't say so many neighborhoods or this many blocks or that many renewal. It's not that specific, correct?
It's not that specific. It's the long-term goals of the broader program is
Right.
how the policy is written, yes.
Right. So as long as we're working towards those longer term goals, do we really need to go through a non-stat to adjust these values?
We'll take that away and confirm. My gut answer is yes, we still do, because part of what's written in that policy is the 2039 target and the condition goal, so that would need to be amended.
Right. And so, and again, my question is not forever, but for now. If we dip this for 2, 3, 4 years, what is the effect?
Right. And again, not know you're out of time.
Yeah.
It's doable. We just have to follow the process and procedure as written in the policy.
Right. Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'll just pick up on that line of questioning. If we did delay the 40 million, Dunluce would be at risk. Can we just be honest about that?
Yes, all 4 neighborhoods that are going to be
Currently
standalones
constructed,
would
but
be.
it wouldn't
Yep.
mean that they would get construction like for like. It would mean that the project would not be constructed and they would continue with the deteriorating sidewalks and
That is correct.
roadways, et cetera.
Or the
And
timing
then
of
in
when
2
we get
years, whenever it does come up, it would still be whatever the final design is today.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that. Just a sec. One of the things that I want to dig into a little bit is, well, I have a lot of things to dig into, but that hasn't really been asked yet, is attachment 1. I actually found really overwhelming. So attachment 1 is all of sort of the city policies that guide neighborhood renewal. And the reason I found it overwhelming is because somebody that has done policy work in my career, I think to myself, are there contradictions in these policies? Which policies are higher? What's the hierarchy of these policies? What does it actually allow in terms of public engagement and influence if we have all of these policies that guide that work? And we do this for both, because I do hear a lot of frustration about the engagement process. And I think if there isn't a lot of influence, it is a bit of a farce. So I'm just trying to understand, like, how all of these policies influence, which policies are actually like, we follow them to a T, which ones are more guidelines, is there a hierarchy, are we prioritizing, let's say, the urban design and equity, or are we like the transportation network, like how is that all influenced, how is that intersecting?
So I'll start and then I'll turn it over to Jen to continue. With the implementation of city plan, that's our guiding policy that kind of overrides everything else. And I know we're working in the city to figure out which ones are contradictory and which ones are complementary, and figuring that out in the grand scheme of things. I would suggest that none of our policies are set in stone, because we can't always implement every piece of them based upon utility conflicts and geometry and all of those things. But accessibility would be a very high one that we would be looking at, as well as the complete streets design standards. Those would probably be our large 3, and then I'll let Jen continue.
So just to summarize so sort of the hierarchy is city plan, and then below that, priorities would be, at this point, accessibility and complete streets?
And safety.
And safety, okay. Did you have anything to add, Jen?
I was just going to mention, in 2020, we were here talking about complete street Vision Zero intercity strategy as our guiding stars, but of course, our foundation, as Nicole mentioned, city plan, so, yeah.
Okay. I just feel like there's a lot there. I'll leave that one for now. At least in the ward I represent, there's been a lot of misinformation about the 50-50 cost share. So could somebody just break down for me the 50-50 cost share on the sidewalks? That amount doesn't go up if the sidewalk is widened. The cost, whether you get like for like or whether you got a widened sidewalk, it's still the same. Every year it's calculated based on the linear length of the sidewalk and the cost. Can you just break that down for me a little bit?
Yeah, so it's based off of the previous year's average rates for a particular sidewalk. So the unit rate is set. That rate is attached to any applicable property, and that rate doesn't change based off of whether or not you've got a 1.8 meter sidewalk or you've got a 1.5 meter sidewalk.
But if somebody gets an enhancement like a shared use path or bike infrastructure, like I think about some of the neighborhoods on 132 Ave, that are getting bike lanes in front of their houses, they don't pay for those. Like, they're not paying more because they're getting those things.
New sidewalks you don't pay LI for, and shared use paths or bike lanes.
So even if
you
it's a
don't pay
missing
LI
link, for
Even if
example.
it's a missing link, you don't pay for it.
Okay. And then the last, you know what, I'm just gonna moderate myself. I don't think I'll have time to ask a question and get a response, so I'll yield the rest of my time for now.
Councillor Salvador. Oh, my apologies. Yes. Welcome to our guests from Jan Reimer School. It's the grade 6 class with Teacher Cunningham. Teacher Cunningham? Yep. Welcome. And your counselor is Counselor Karen Tang. And, yeah. And Mayor Sohi, do you want to say hello as well?
I just want to say I'm your mayor. That's
Okay.
it.
Excellent. Welcome. As you can tell, we're in the midst of a big debate about neighborhood renewal, how we take care of our roads and sidewalks and streetlights and infrastructure and everything. And so we're asking questions of our administration and hearing their responses, and then we'll make some decisions. So welcome. You're welcome to stay and take notes, and I believe you'll get a chance to connect with your city councilor at some point.
And nice to see you all.
Thank you. Welcome. Round of applause to our guests. My apologies. Carrying on, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciated this report. I wanted to pick up on some of the questions that were being asked by colleagues, and it was raised by a speaker as well, related to the, I guess, opportunities for reducing redundant roadways and alleys. So if I heard your answer to a previous question correctly, some of that is being factored into the design standards as they evolve, correct? But I guess what I'm wondering, there's sort of this natural evolution of design standards. There's an evolution of safety considerations. Is there an intentional drive on a cost savings basis, though, to ask those types of questions about roadway redundancy or opportunities for cost savings, knowing that that is our biggest cost driver?
I would suggest that we don't go in looking for cost savings. We go in looking to see if the neighborhood is up to standards, and then looking at the safety aspects and the transportation aspects and all of those. I don't think we go in and say, let's save $10 million in this particular neighborhood. I'm not sure that that is the methodology that we use at this point in time.
Yeah, of course.
Beyond working with our operations groups on what makes sense from an operation and maintenance perspective for the full life of it after.
Right.
That's a dimension.
Can you just give me some examples of where we have looked at those types of redundancies and made decisions to reduce? And I guess what I'm wondering, I'm hearing examples of sort of the narrowing. Do we ever close off an alley that is redundant, or close off a roadway that's redundant, while still allowing for traffic to, move through a community?
One that was top of mind, just because one of our speakers was in Strathcona, was a road directly on the top of Bank, 99 B Street, west of 99 B Street in Strathcona. So we took a look at that, and it's converted to a shared pathway along the top of Bank. There used to be front home access on that, but they now are served by the rear alley. So we take a look at those types of things, and there's a lot of weird, unique things within neighborhoods. So we take a look at that. Yeah.
Okay, great. I appreciate your thoughts on that. And then I wanted to ask some questions about the potential for knock-on effects if a funding reduction were to be proposed or were to move forward. Because my understanding is that if we were to delay renewal projects, that would mean we're sort of continuing to maintain communities that would otherwise be, or direct resources to communities that would otherwise be, renewed up to a standard that doesn't require as much maintenance and operational dollars. What does that mean for, where would we feel that elsewhere in the organization, beyond just that particular neighborhood? What are those knock-on effects?
Yeah, so the knock-on effect, Councillor Salvador, is really around other neighborhoods. So if we're having to dedicate our time to a D or an F condition neighborhood, as an example, we're not going to be maintaining areas that maybe we're in a C condition, which means that we're not maintaining those assets the best way possible from a preventative and a maintenance perspective, which means they will degrade faster. So it means that our partners in IAS are going to have to continually be reprioritizing what they're doing in order to be able to address those asset conditions. So you'll see it across the city, and it's not specific neighborhood for neighborhood. You're going to see it across arterial roads, collector roads, alleys, residential roads, et cetera. And then from a safe mobility perspective as well, we're going to have to be retrofitting retrofitting, you're right, good? We're gonna have to be, we need a water over there. Gonna have to be retrofitting some of the traffic calming, the safe mobility measures that are in there, which are more expensive to do after the fact than they are if they're included. And as the guest speaker had said, like that integration of that permanent hard infrastructure is far more desirable, and it's a long-term component of that neighborhood too.
Right. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. What is the sweet spot for our ideal renewal investment, and where are we at right now? So that we're...
Neighborhood program or globally?
Both.
Neighborhood program, we are currently 100% funded today beyond the pressures I talked about that we're monitoring with inflation. Both alley program and neighborhood program right now are at that state. Our overall, including those at 100%, our overall is just over 50% for all of our assets. 54%, I believe, is the number. Pascal can correct me if I have that wrong, but that's basically it globally. So.
I think just to add to that, Councillor Salvador, as well, is the work that's done by our partners in IAS in that neighborhood side with that 100% funding means that we can put the resources from an operations and a maintenance perspective on the right assets at the right time. So anytime we, and the program's working really well in my biased opinion, but what it ends up doing is it allows us to focus the resources correctly, but it also allows us to manage community expectation and Edmontonians' expectation of what should be happening with a pothole truck or sidewalk repairs, et cetera.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll probably come back for another round. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you very much. Maybe just following the thread of some previous conversations about redundant roadways. I know in projects that I'm familiar with that there is, looking to add parkettes in road space to both help manage traffic, provide some traffic calming, but also create that additional open space. So that is an approach or a philosophy that's currently employed in the program?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Okay, great. One of the most important lines that stood out to me from this report was that reducing asphalt road area yields the largest life cycle operational and maintenance savings for the city. I think that's a really important finding, and I just wanted to confirm that does account for, on the balance, reducing asphalt may increase turf area, for example. But just want to confirm that that includes all of those potential additional operating costs, but on the balance, this provides the greater savings.
So the operational considerations, like we mentioned, you will see increased cost on the snow and ice piece because the priority level of service. If you're increasing turf and hort, there's an operating impacts to capital component to that, which is usually either offset by the reduction of the operating impacts to capital of that roadway versus the soft assets like we showed in the slide that was there. But from a snow and ice perspective, you will see increased cost just because the priority service of the change of that asset is key.
And just to add to that, from a life cycle perspective, when you take into account the increase in the operating annual maintenance, it can be outweighed by the decrease in life cycle costs where we don't have to do microsurfacing on that amount of asphalt, we don't have to do renewal, we don't have to do potholes, we don't have to do crack sealer, we don't have to actually do fundamental reconstruction either as well. So when you're talking full life cycle, it kind of negates itself.
Great. Thank you so much for that. And then is also meeting other objectives around climate mitigation, water retention, all of those things. Okay, well that's very helpful. In terms of attachment 1 and the different threads that get woven into neighborhood renewal. So again, maybe I'll speak to it a bit later. It seems to me that the team is doing a great job of taking this guidance and translating that into the program outcomes. Do you feel that there's an opportunity for streamlining with sort of the potpourri of policies, or do you feel that as they stand, they're each providing the correct inputs for the correct components that you're working with?
I would say yes, there's a lot of considerations that we have during the planning, design, neighborhood renewal. I think we're always looking for continuous improvement activities where we can, but as I mentioned before, our guiding star, our foundation is city plan with complete streets, vision zero, and winter city strategy interlaces into that. But those policies can give us, different guidance and considerations because not all neighborhoods are the same as well, right? So we're looking at those policies with a wholesome lens for each and every neighborhood. The approach is the same when we go to every neighborhood.
Right.
Right. So am I hearing that you have what you need, it provides you with the flexibility to respond to a myriad of different conditions without being too complex?
I would say it is complex, and the team has put a lot of effort in to looking at the constraints we're under because it's a renewal and how we try and incorporate those most predominant elements, but be reflective of all. But there is a lot, and it is complex without a doubt, too.
Do you see some approaches to help support the teams? Because again, I think the outcomes are the right ones from what I'm seeing. I think we're getting to the right outcomes with what we have right now. But is there a way to streamline that process that would support city staff through those processes?
I'm not sure that we have a good answer for that right now. We can. I think Nicole mentioned it earlier. We really are taking a look corporately, globally. How many policies do we have? Where do they contradict? And there's an intentional effort. Part of that is updating our policies on an ongoing basis without them getting too dated, and we're progressing on that. I think it's all of our opportunities to look at that streamlining in that broader process. Until that time, we're doing our best with what's here in all the layers of it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. First of all, similar to Councillor Knack, I'm just starting to see neighborhoods go through the neighborhood renewal process, and I want to commend your neighborhood renewal team that's on the ground and talking to people, because I agree that there's a lot of anxiety about the changes that come and questions. This is often people's one of their only interactions with municipal government, and I just want to thank the team for being like your project managers will go to people's houses and talk to them and address their concerns, and that's like a level of service I don't think people necessarily anticipate from the municipal government. So I just want to commend them for that. So I wanted to first talk about that policy matrix in attachment 1. Have you done a full costing of that?
So I would suggest that our costing breakdown is in the table. I don't know that we have it policy by policy as to what is going to be the additional costs, but we've highlighted the active transportation aspect and the traffic safety aspect. That would be where I would start, but each and every policy, we've not done an individual costing of what that means. And really it comes down to when we build a neighborhood and the rates that we get are based on volumes of things, so they're very marginal when it comes to what the actual costs of some of these enhancements and policy applications are.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, like a half a meter of concrete per square meter is probably negligible in terms of the total cost, but it may be helpful at some point in understanding sort of where the money goes. Um, uh, the other thing about that, and certainly came up in the neighborhood renewal process, was that there's some things that are not negotiable, correct? Such as uh, like the width of roadways is not something that you can unilaterally decide, for instance, that a road should be more narrow than is, uh, I imagine, legally allowed under transportation regs.
Yeah, so I would suggest there are non-negotiables. It's we're doing our design standards really, and the interactions that the public have and the democratic votes that they have really are about the sidewalk tax levy, decorative street signs, decorative street blades. The rest of the influence that the public has is on how we're doing those things. There are multiple options usually presented. So do you prioritize parking? Do you prioritize trees? What do you prioritize in those particular areas? And that's the feedback that we get from the public, not whether we're going to necessarily put that thing in or narrow that road. It's really more about the how and how it affects their communities.
Great. So I also want to move to that 25% scenario that was identified in the report. Um, the the life cycle reduction wouldn't eliminate projects, but just move projects off 1 to 3 years, correct?
The 25% looked at an impact of about 6 years to the long-term goal of the program by 2039, Councillor. And I think we were looking at that $40 million is the start of about 3 neighborhood reconstruction projects in any given year. And it's the equivalent of about 1 full reconstruction project is what we analyzed in that report.
And I'd like to add that there's operational impacts to that and then a cumulative effect. So just because the next 3 are going to be moved by a year or 2, you could have neighborhoods further down the area moved by 2 to 6 years, depending upon the funding remaining the same and what levels are there and what we can actually work with.
Okay, thank you. So one of the things that I was thinking about is that we have dedicated a levy to neighborhood renewal, but not to other general infrastructure, correct?
Correct.
It was discussed last year during budget, but we couldn't do anything with that, right?
Yeah, that did not move forward. You're correct on that.
Yeah. And certain, I suppose, maybe I need to come back for this, but the question really is if money were reallocated from neighborhood renewal into more general infrastructure, would that have the same impact?
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Do you want to answer?
Every dollar that goes towards our gap in our asset helps the overall inventory. But with this one, it's a direct trade-off of going a bit less than the ideal for neighborhoods at the expense of that towards another asset. But we have many assets that have gaps that could use more dollars too.
Okay, so we'll be going into the second round, and I will be very strict on the red this round. So I'll cut off right at the line. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. I want to pick up just on one of Councillor Hamilton's questions about sort of the non-negotiables and you sort of in certain areas you're narrowing road widths. We did get a letter from Builds on what they're seeing, I think, as they're designing newer neighborhoods. And the suggestion, or how I interpreted that letter, is that it sounded a lot like, because of the variety of policies that exist, that is sort of require them to build a greater and greater road right-of-way to address the road, accessibility on sidewalks, all the boulevards, all of these pieces, versus saying, maybe we don't need as much road, but we need more boulevard or more sidewalk. And so I don't know if this is the right time to talk about it, because in a way this influences future neighborhood renewals. So is today the day to have that conversation, or can we have that conversation at a later time? Because I think they've given some clear examples of where they've actually asked to do less for a road, and we have said no as a city.
I don't know, Kim, do you want to comment on that? Or?
Yeah, I think we're actively working through our engagement on the Complete Streets updates with our partners in IAS, so I think there's more to come on that.
So that report's next year, I think in June-ish.
That's
yeah,
correct.
Pascal, go ahead, sorry.
Okay,
yeah.
So maybe we'll tackle it there. I'll just flag that I think we've been given now a number of examples in new areas where it sounds like they're being asked to build more than they would like. And I'm sure on one hand, they don't want to build as much because there's a cost, but I'm also worried that are we setting ourselves up for a larger neighborhood renewal impact in 50 years' time because we haven't been able to respond to that. So I'll keep that on the radar, but I'll leave that for today then, thank you. Just going back to a question we had around where we've been installing traffic calming measures, I can think of a couple. Meadowlark, I used to represent that community. They were one of the first to have neighborhood renewal in 2009, 2010. We've since come in and put in speed bumps. So again, just my understanding is that the cost of doing that is more than had we actually built to what we now build as the current modern day standard for neighborhood renewal. Is that right?
Yes.
And we are seeing that. So I'm guessing that's not the only neighborhood. I can also think of Crestwood where we're dealing with that. How many? So we've had 15 where we've come in since neighborhood renewal to do it. Are there other communities that we've done that have been raising traffic safety concerns that maybe looking higher up there to Ms. Lamar, that are in the queue to be fixed?
Counselor, in the queue for neighborhood renewal or for
The queue
retrofit?
for street labs because they were built under an old set of policy standards for neighborhood renewal.
So outside of the Street Labs program, there's lots of other programs that also impact
Could be school
neighborhoods.
safety program, all of those.
I would say we'd be hard pressed to find a neighborhood that doesn't have a desire for improvement.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I think when we, last year, once we had all the street lab applications, there were 84 plus communities, not including other issues, so, okay.
And I would add, Councillor, I know time's burning, I'll try to be
So
brief.
I'm gonna have a third round, don't worry.
Okay, all right. So when IAS was being created and we were moving and we dedicated a branch to the neighborhoods initiative, it was not just because we saw a dedication of funding and the scale of it. It was because we wanted to be intentional with not missing opportunity to be proactive with policy and build community for community. And we were hearing a lot of criticism that we were doing too much like for like and not taking those opportunities to build for the future community. So there was a dedicated intention to build an approach around how we engage, how we hear, how we balance everything we hear to achieve those future goals for community and not just do like for like or rebuild exactly what was there. So that was part of the foundation of why this was created and the work we've done over the decade.
That's helpful. The other piece, I think, in terms of the evolution of the program has been the alignment with some of the utility providers, because I think, I keep going back to Meadowlark because I know it well, and I can think of the block where my mother-in-law lives that had neighborhood renewal in 2009, and then in 2010, I think ATCO came, and then 2011, a different company came to do utility work and tore up what had been a beautifully done road. So now you work with those spots well in advance to try to align to minimize situations like that. I know you can't 100% eliminate it, but it generally happens now. So.
Yeah, and that's why part of why our planning and design process is 2 to 3 years, because we have to coordinate with the utility companies. So we work with EPCOR, ATCO, and they typically come in and do their work if they have renewal work or they need to move things for even getting regular roads rebuilt as is the year before we go in for neighborhood renewal. So they can do some spot patching and things like that and not have to fully renew the infrastructure because we're going to come in anyway.
Great, I'm out of time, thank you.
Mayor Sohi.
Okay, thank you. What is an average cost of a neighborhood renewal?
Because all of our communities are unique and different sizes, I don't really have one. I would
Can you
suggest
give me range?
the range is between 25 million and, well, at 90 million is probably the largest one that we've had to date. And it really is based upon the lineal kilometers that are, and roadways that are there.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the slide, that's a 2023-2026 breakdown of remaining funds. 8 million for planned funding for upcoming planning and design. How many neighborhoods are you talking about under that $8 million?
That's 4 to 5 neighborhoods.
4 to 5, okay, so about less than 2 million per neighborhood for that work.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Okay, got it, okay. And so if that work doesn't proceed, then you are pushing back 4 or 5 neighborhoods into the future, right? So, okay. And that would, so we do 4 to 5 neighborhoods per year, right? So would that delay the 2039 year to 2040?
It may. We'd have to do the analysis to see what neighborhoods would push and what the estimated costs of those are. So we'd have to do some further review to see how far that would push. The 2022 report said if you do the 25%, it's up to 6 years. If you do a 1-year pause, it's probably 1 to 2 to 3, just depending upon what neighborhoods move. Don't have that exact number though.
And that analysis was that 25% reduction for 4 years.
Yeah, 25.
That pushed it out by the 6.
So that goes from 20, what is the cutoff, 2039?
That's right. That's the current policy goal of the neighborhood program.
2039, if you reduce by 25%, then you meet your targets or.
2045 would be the target. And that's if we would have reduced the program by 25%, starting in 23 through 26. That's what.
But if you reduce by, say, 10%, then probably you're talking about a couple of years.
It would be somewhere between the 2039 and the 2045. We'd have to take that away and look.
Yeah.
When we did the analysis, we actually did a bit of look at all those spectrum of reconstruction, renewal, and looked at what that cascade would be.
Yeah.
And we'd have to redo that and take a bit of a look at those implications if the numbers change.
But if you reduce now, but you scale up, say 2027, 2020, say 2028, 2020, you come back and scale it up, you can still catch up, right? So if, depending on how much money is returned back into
Yep,
the
based on when we did the analysis, it would have implications to that 2039. It would be later, but we could still scale it back up if we're 25 or less, I would say.
Got it, okay. I appreciate all the engagement you do, right? But do you get to a point where there are diminishing returns on the engagement, right?
I would suggest that as we move through engagement, we tend to hear from less folks and the more vocal folks at the end of the day. And it's really about helping them along the journey, understanding what changes are coming. Diminishing returns, I'm not sure that I would call it that, but there's definitely a different voice that you hear at the beginning of neighborhood renewal than at the end.
Which is important. I think that is what we heard from the speaker as well, but I just want to understand, like, if you get to a point where you just can't change people's mind anymore, right? So because people just are,
Every day.
Yeah, right.
That's true, and we are looking at when we engage, for what purpose and how much. That's part of the evolution of our program as well. So.
Right, okay. I have a question related to neighborhood renewal in downtown. How does this program fit? Like, how does downtown fit into this program?
So I'll start and then I'll turn it over to Craig. Neighborhood renewal is specific to local and collector roads, so it depends upon the road type as to what is downtown. Downtown has local and collectors and alleys, so neighborhood renewal will be coming in, I believe, in the next budget cycle, doing the downtown alleys, so that project is coming. And we've done multiple other ones that are there, and I believe I have a breakdown of the arterials to the collectors to the locals.
If you don't mind providing, I have 30 seconds left. If you don't mind providing more detailed information through a memo or something, because I really, I'm concerned the narrative that I'm hearing from downtown folks, right, that we're not caring for downtown infrastructure. I would like to understand that better so we can respond in a more accurate way.
Understood. Yeah, point taken. The other thing that to make sure we highlight is that the majority of downtown front roads are arterial classification. They're not part of the neighborhood program beyond alleys.
They might be on the list as well, right, sometime in the future, right?
Well, they'll be part of the arterial renewal program, which right now is about 25% funded.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I know some of my colleagues asked the reduction options. I would like look at it from different angle, get some clarification. So for 25% reduction option, that will result 15 projects delays in 4 years. So is that delay if they reduct 40 million per year, was that impact the scope change for the neighborhood program renewal, or you still keep the same scope?
Right. If you look at an individual project, this wasn't looking at changing the scope of a project. This is the slowdown of when we could go into each of those neighborhoods to complete the project.
Because I want to look at from policy perspective. So right now, and then that means at the program level, our scope still keeps same.
Yes.
Okay. However, at the same time, I would like to get some thoughts from you on the maintenance cost. Even though we reduction right now and delayed 15 project, and for the renewal in the neighborhood, that means there are more maintenance costs needed and to maintain that condition goal from policy perspective.
That's correct, and we wouldn't be maintaining the conditions because they're currently in the DNF condition. So we would be literally bridging those neighborhoods to make sure that they're in safe condition. So ideally, maintenance is done in your C condition, which is roads that you can do a pothole repair or a slight sidewalk repair. But Councillor Rice, to answer your question specifically, if we're delaying those 15 neighborhoods for what's on the slide of 6+ years, we're looking at an additional $1 million a year in order to maintain.
So that means we still have some money for the maintenance cost. At the same time, if we delay more, and for the future, for the construction costs will increase. So is that, so right now I try to see that balance. We want to spend that money right now properly to meet that condition goal, or we even spend more money in the future, and based on the construction cost increase and the maintenance cost increase. So that's his question. I try to get answer for myself, and I don't mind it if you share your thoughts.
I'll start and I'll turn it over to Caitlin. So the additional $1 million a year is not in the budget at this point in time. It would be a requirement to increase that in order to keep the conditions for those neighborhoods. And then fundamentally, we look at approximately a 3 to 5% inflationary increase year over year is kind of what neighborhoods are trending at. So that would also be an additional cost when we got into construction.
And then to add, the capital construction through renewal is through a capital profile. We operate out of the operating tax levy, so 2 different funding sources.
Okay, thank you for that. And then that is really helpful information, and by looking at, and then, so that means we have to look at, we want how to balance that. The next question about the $80 million left for 2021, 25, 26, and then $80 million, is that $80 million for the planning and the design is to hire external consultant to do that work, or is our internal work?
So there's a little bit of both for neighborhoods. We do internal road design and external, depending upon the complexity of the neighborhood and our resource level. So it's a combination of both.
So because right now $40 million is still just the planned funding, not spent yet, not committed yet, $8 million not committed. If this $48 million, if reduced, that will result in five neighborhoods to delay and for the renewal project.
That is correct. It would stop all planning and design for the next however long you choose to take that money, 25 and 26, and the construction projects that are due to start would not start.
Okay, so if that is the case, did the neighborhood already communicated their timeline or schedule for the renew? So they already, the public is already know for that?
They've been told that they
and
are starting.
If this change, and is the process will be needed and for the public hearing, and I just want to get sense, if this change, is public hearing needed, or is just to say we reduce and the council made a decision and move this money to the different purpose?
So if the program is impacted in achieving its goal by 2039, that's when it would need the non-statutory public hearing if the scale of change impacts that.
But this is only changing for two years, right?
But it changes the program goals and pushes out the end date because we aren't doing the construction.
So then we need that
Yes.
public hearing.
You need a public hearing, and then for individual communities, it would be conversation and just out to them to say, we're not coming to your neighborhood in 2025. You might see us in 26 or 27.
I'm sorry, my time is out.
Thank you. Councillor Knack. No, wait, Councillor Rutherford.
You're on committee.
I know, but go ahead.
Okay. So I think the next line of questioning I want to ask that it's been sort of like touched on is, I understand you don't do operational costs by neighborhood, but then the challenge is that we have different budgets, right? So maintenance budget is a different budget and road maintenance is different than sidewalk maintenance, which we've just recently started actually having a sidewalk maintenance budget at all. And then we have snow clearing, and we have boulevards and shrub maintenance and tree maintenance and all of these different things. And the thing I keep hearing from folks is that when we're putting in these things, and there's a lot of great benefits, we get climate gold benefits of, like you said, the urban heat island effect. But what I'm missing is, like, it doesn't look like we do operational impacts of capital with neighborhood renewal the way we do with other capital programs. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if we have added 200 new trees to a neighborhood, but the cost for city ops isn't going up to maintain those 200 trees. So how are we reflecting? That's a gap I think I'm seeing. Any comments to that? Maybe both from IIS, and I will go to city operations on this.
I can speak to it, Councillor Rutherford, from the perspective of the Hort turf, roads, all of that piece. In this last budget cycle, 2023 to 2026, there was not a ton of OIC that was incorporated into that. Since then, with our partners in IIS and within UP as well, we are working to quantify what those OICs are and including those as part of the budgeting and planning process. But also factoring in what Nicole had said earlier in the presentation is that there's offsets. So it's not always like straight increase, increase, increase. It's, you know, you take one type and you trade off for the other. So what is the delta of that, what that increase
But
on
the
the
problem
OIC
is that, and I agree that there could be a delta, but the problem is if what I'm hearing from you today is that, okay, like you don't need to maintain the sidewalks and the roads in that neighborhood as much anymore, so that there's more money is deferred to other maintenance. It's an offset in maintenance. It's not an offset to snow clearing. It's not an offset to turf. Do you see the challenge I'm?
That's correct. Yep.
Right? And so if we're not accounting for, and I know because we got the memo for 132 Ave, which explicitly said that operating costs for the active pathway clearing would go up. But I've not seen a subsequent budget reflecting that. And I just feel like it's like the program was created and it was created with like for like. And since policies have been added and good things have been added and for the right reasons, right? But there's a gap in now we're not reflecting that in our operational costs across the different areas that intersect with maintaining a neighborhood once it's renewed.
Yeah, I think that's a good comment. I think that's been an evolution. I can let Craig or Caitlin jump in after too. We have been getting more proactive. We're looking strategically through our administration, how we're making sure our operations is aware and working with them on what we build and design for those operating impacts for all of those dimensions over time and those trade-offs.
So will we start to see that like in the next 4-year budget cycle? We would see that more reflected?
That's correct, yeah. And I think to note as well, Councillor Rutherford, we did ask for historical OIC in the 2023 to 26, and it was not funded. So we recognized at the time of, in 22, leading into this next budget cycle or this current budget cycle, that we had not been adequately reflecting growth or changes in type of assets. So we did ask for historical, which ultimately was not funded.
Okay, can you just send that reference of the service package to me for reference before this supplementary budget adjustment?
Yep.
Craig, do you have anything you'd like to?
I don't know if there's much more to add other than, I mean, there's a host of different projects that the city as administration as a whole is looking at in terms of like planning, growth, cost of that growth. We've got a workshop on Thursday this week with all the branch managers across the city to look at this. And so I know there's a host of different projects, and it's a matter of like, how do we align all of them? How do we get them together in preparation for the 27 to 30 budget cycle? So I know there's a host of different things, and I feel like what you're touching on here is like, yes, there might be some savings in some aspect, but there might be some increased costs of maintenance in other aspects. Like what you're picking up on is there might not be a transfer between those different buckets.
Yes, exactly.
But I think it extends beyond that in terms of like, how do we go all the way from growth planning through to hiring that FTE and buying that equipment and seeing that service delivery, clarifying service levels. There's like a host of different things that we're trying to work on to get all that sorted out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So I just want to jump in. So this was requested, number one, get a sense of the program of the costing, and then number two, look at 2 reduction scenarios. I don't hear from anyone on committee right now identifying a reduction scenario or proposing anything. So I'll put receipt of information on the floor. And carrying on then, I guess, if we were to do it all over again, what would be if we move from a neighborhood renewal model, if cost is going to be the concern here, if we moved from a neighborhood renewal model to a collector model, that we just went in and did the collector roads, maximal pedestrians, maximal safety, most likely to affect schools and kids, and wither the cul-de-sacs. Just like, we just basically adopt some parts of the neighborhood we just have to leave be. But we are going to focus maximal dollars on the highest frequency paths. What would an approach like that, what would the impacts be of something like that?
We'd have to take that away and look at it. Right now, the program does sometimes collectors and local roads together when we know all of the assets needed. We actually have a collector-only program too, where we sometimes are going in. So if we were to only look at collectors, we'd have to do a look at what that cost and plan would be from asset condition. And we haven't done that specific analysis for this meeting.
And I think just to add to that, doing sections of a neighborhood is more costly just from a mobilization, demobilization, contractor hiring, the ability to have large amounts of construction done at the same time is cost effective for the people who do it.
Right.
To add as well, Councillor Jans, is that there's a public expectation. So if they see the city showing up and doing certain components of that roadway, there's an expectation that it's going to go into the areas that they feel is the most important. We see a lot of that in the alleys, and that folks are really passionate about their alleys, and but they're also our lowest priority in terms of service from a maintenance perspective, and also ones that are probably in the worst conditions across the city.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I did have some people raise with me, why are we doing Grandview with, say, 1,000 residents? Well, then there's a stretch in Ritchie with 4 apartment buildings with 1,000 residents with major mobility concerns and on those sidewalks. And yeah, I can 311 them, etc. But there is this sense of, who are we doing this for? 1 kilometer of path there versus for this. So I guess maybe it's a challenge to the committee if there is going to be a subsequent or something else. How do we factor in a utilitarian equity analysis into this too? But I did have another question, which was drainage. I'm sorry if I missed this as well too. When we're looking at cost savings, I didn't see a consideration of like Heat Island was mentioned, but what about precipitation and permeable surface?
So the Neighborhood Renewal Program works hand in hand with EPCOR on the low impact development. I think we've installed about $27 million worth of work over the last little while with EPCOR, which is stopping overland flooding and overland drainage and all of those pieces as well, which help.
How do we quantify that cost saving?
So that,
I think number one, and correct me if I have this wrong, but those dollars come from EPCOR's funding. They got some funding from other levels of government, so we're leveraging that. That doesn't come out of the neighborhood renewal budget primarily. Those are added by other source. And EPCOR's looking at how those will benefit what their asset needs to be from a standards and a perspective. So if we can do more overland drainage and storage, they need less hard infrastructure too. That's part of their equation that they're looking at. But we don't have more specific details, but that's the premise of it.
Yeah, because when I think about this part of this story here that I don't think we're fully telling is neighborhood renewal saves money, it saves lives, it does this. But there's all these different pieces that are connected together, like drainage and everything else that may not be directly on the city books, but flood mitigation has a citywide interest here. I guess the other thing I worry about sometimes is, who do we engage? Like if you asked me, I don't live near 132, but as a taxpayer, I'm happy that 132 is being done because it will save us time, money, etc. as a city. So have we thought about doing some sort of a citizens assembly or something like that again, like we did with city plan, and saying, because if you ask a specific block, do you want infill, they may say yes or no. But if you ask the city, do you think you should put infill there, they may say yes or no. Same thing with neighborhood renewal. It sounds like there's sometimes vociferous opposition from a local neighbor, but it's in a citywide good. So how do we factor in the plural, the million voices of taxpayers instead of just the local block?
so I'll turn it over to Jen after I start, but our surveys that go out for neighborhoods.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to call myself, I'm out of time. I hope Councillor Knack has a similar concern, doesn't he? Yeah. Councillor Knack.
Actually, Councillor Hamilton would be before.
Sorry, I can't read. Yeah, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton?
Sorry, I have to pop out. So,
Okay, no worries. You know what? Let's call
go
it
to
there. It's right
Councillor
before
Knack.
lunch. Thank you all so much. We will reconvene at 1:30. to order. Councilor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councilor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councilor Rice.
Good afternoon.
I'm here as well, and Mayor Sohi. Not sure is the mayor with us or not online. No, and other councilors I think will be filing in or joining us remote online as well. So we've got quorum. We will continue now. I believe I had moved. I believe I had moved the receipt of information. However, I may pull that at a later time when we get to Councilor Knack. So, Councilor Hamilton, you're on the board, but I'm just you're not a committee. Did she have a chance? Okay, so if I may take the chair, and I'm going to withdraw the receipt of information at this time, and or I guess Councilor Knack, you could just move yours as a substitute motion. Is that acceptable? Okay, I'll withdraw receipt of information at this time.
May we confirm unanimous consent of the committee for you to withdraw?
No, okay, so that's not unanimous, so then we'll have to vote on it, right? Okay, so I would like to move withdrawal of receipt of information. My rationale is I understand that Councilor Knack has a different motion on behalf of Councilor Hamilton. So, are there any questions?
So we can, if we don't have unanimous consent to withdraw it, then it's still on the floor. So you could vote on receipt of information, and then Councilor Knack could move a subsequent.
Or we could vote on removal. Can I just withdraw it? If it's not we can vote on me withdrawing it, even if it's not unanimous.
We could, yeah, I guess we could vote on that the motion on the floor be withdrawn.
Okay, let's call the vote on that then.
Point of order.
Yeah, hi. Who's that?
Hi, it's Erin Rutherford.
Councilor Rutherford, yes.
I know I'm not on committee, but that is like not been our practice for 3 years, that if there wasn't unanimous consent that the motion stood. So I just worry we're really like from a bigger process perspective, we're really changing how and what we're gonna allow to remain on the floor or not. So just putting that out there.
So, okay, clerk, I'm looking for guidance here. What is?
I would recommend, since there isn't unanimous consent on this, that we can vote on receive for information, and then Councilor Knack or whoever could make a subsequent motion. That would probably be the simplest way to move forward.
Councilor Knack, are you okay with that approach?
Yeah, because you can still requisition a report after receipt of information if there's a subsequence. Is that correct? Looking to the clerks, I believe.
If there are still, so receiving a report for information is really just acknowledging, like it's not just, it's a way to kind of clean up or like acknowledge that the receipt has been heard, basically. So you could move a subsequent after we have done that in the past with this council, where we've received something for information first and then pass a subsequent afterwards. So that is an option. Yeah, just recognizing what Councillor Rutherford said about the alternative of voting on withdrawing does go against what we've done in the past, but
okay, so
it is possible.
So why don't we leave it there? I won't withdraw it. I guess then if Councillor Knack has a motion, you can move it after or as a subsequent. Is that what you'd prefer? Okay, sure. Sure. Okay, well, we have a moment's reprieve right now because we have some guests that we'd like to welcome. Thanks. Okay, so our next set of guests are from Dr. Lila Fallman's school with principal, our teacher, Cecido, is that correct? Teacher Cecido in Ward Ipikokani POC, and your counselor is Councilor Rice. So welcome to City Hall. Excellent. Are you here for the day or the week? Just the day? Okay, well, wonderful. Well, maybe you'll have a chance to connect with your counselor at a later time. Oh, you already did? Oh, excellent. Yeah. we'll have a wonderful time at City Hall. You're welcome to stay and watch the meeting, or we'll welcome you to have a tour. Mayor, so he's not here, so I'm not, yeah. Well, thank you for coming. Yeah. Okay, then, so Councillor Hamilton's away right now, so then I'll go to Councillor Knack.
Sure, thanks, Councillor Jans. So some additional questions I want to ask about. Before the break, Councillor Stevenson was asking a bit about the various policies, and I heard that it adds complexity. Sounded like there generally was freedom, but I wanted to give a very specific example because I did want to ask about the policy piece. So I was just at the Belmead session where we'd had a lot of feedback, and I've since got even more feedback from folks saying, hey, we've got this park that we had one of the temporary off-leash parks in that they would love to have that back. And if we're updating the park and to be planting new trees or shrubs, that feels like a great opportunity to try to piggyback off that. But the way I understand it is that we can't do that. The way the policies are set up is that you're not actually allowed to consider that. Even taking the fence from the Glenwood Park that we're about to take down and bringing it over there to do off-leash, it sounds like that's not allowed. And so I'm just wondering a little bit about, is it flexible enough if a scenario like that, which I think would be very minimal in terms of cost, actually can't be explored?
So the neighborhood renewal policy very specifically dictates about open space funding, and it is meant to be collective and collaborative when there is open space funding. So it would require a separate funding source to fundamentally do that if there was open space renewal of that park, or if there was open space growth money available for that. And you'll find with this budget cycle, we haven't done much for park space because we don't have the growth and renewal funding that we had last budget cycle. So we've had to pull that back quite significantly. On the park side of the house, we're planting trees typically in the road right-of-way, not in the actual park space, and that's kind of the delineation for some of that.
So even something like, and again, I'm just, maybe the fence can be used in other spots, but since they're the two communities I know, we're removing a fence in one park in one community. Can we put the fence somewhere else? and as part of this work, we're removing the fence as part of neighborhood renewal in one area. Can that not just be placed in another area? Or is the way the policy is set up preventing that from happening? Because the way I understand it sounds like even something like that, which wouldn't really be a net cost, can't actually happen right now.
I'll try and answer that.
Sure.
I don't think there's anything in policy that says we can't do that.
Okay.
But to Nicole's point, and whether you're taking a fence from another place or not, you're adding cost of resources and time and some material to put the foundations in for the fence and things that are out of scope of that project.
Okay, so that maybe does lead into, because I'm, and I know you're trying to sort of operate within this, well, not trying to, you are operating within the policy that says no more than 10% above like for like. And I'm also hearing inflation is starting to create a pressure. I'm wondering if we're missing out on a potential opportunity like that. Because to me, if you're working essentially directly adjacent to an open space, and we're thinking about putting in, whether it be a fence or some extra shrubs, like the amount of, like our traffic safety piece, it feels like we're missing out on an opportunity to take a very, very low cost action, and now we're gonna have to spend way more after the fact if we're gonna put in, say, an off-leash dog park.
That's a fair comment, and I think even, we talked about updating all of our policies. I think whatever the outcome is here during this budget debate and cycle, I think an update to the neighborhood policy where all of that can be explored given the current constraints we're under and we're seeing less growth opportunity. That's all on the table for future debate and policy adjustment.
Okay, so there, I guess I just want to make sure, so in terms of having that conversation, because I heard through Councillor Stevens' initial questions, and I think this is where Councillor Hamilton wants to go with one part of her motion, is a bit of a conversation around the various policies, how they directly impact neighborhood renewal, and not being able to miss out on opportunities like this. And so should we be considering a formal motion that says, like, let's make sure we have that conversation so we can potentially capitalize on opportunities like that? And
yeah, I don't know that you need that at this time.
Okay.
I think steps to me are, let's see where we go with funding.
Okay.
And then there'll be some adjustment to the policy depending on that outcome, where we can explore other elements of it besides just the main funding elements.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of how do we set you, so in my mind, I don't want to see the neighborhood renewal funding go down. If anything, I wouldn't mind, is it 11 or 12% that allows you to touch, deal with these examples that I just gave? How do we set you up to have that conversation with the next council when they're going to approve a budgetary adjustment, including inflation and maybe including this?
In that line, if you want to make a motion for us to bring back a policy review and recommend updates next year, that could happen.
Okay,
for sure.
All right, out of time on this round. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Mayor Sohi, still not with us, I believe. So, Councillor Rice.
I am here.
Oh, hi, Mayor Sohi. There you are.
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to actually follow up on a kind of similar line of questions that you heard from my colleagues, some of colleagues on the web of 44 policies that you're working with. That's a lot of policies to navigate through part of this program. And I often hear from communities that, our decision-making process is slow, too many layers to go through. So help me understand in the context of 44 policies that you follow or need to align with or work with, how difficult it is to actually get to a quicker decision making, and how long is the planning stage, because you have to weave through all those policies.
So our planning stage typically lasts 2 to 3 years prior to the start of construction within a neighborhood. And yes, we do have to consider approximately 40 policies when we're doing this planning and design, but they're considerations. Not all have the same level of impact or impact within a neighborhood. And as I mentioned, the main ones that we talk about are Complete Streets, Vision Zero, and Winter City. So when we work with community, we talked about we work with policy, but it's about how each of these things are going to fit within a retrofit situation of a neighborhood. So we talk about opportunities, we talk about trade-offs, and those conversations, the approach is always the same, again, with every neighborhood, but how it actually fits in those neighborhoods could be quite different. So we need to have those conversations with community and understand what their priorities are and see what we can do within that constrained space.
Yeah. So, that 2 to 3 year time period to me seems pretty long for a neighborhood project that ranges from $20 million to, some are very complex, right? So it seems like the design phase is longer than the construction phase.
Yeah, and what I would say to that is that's not 2 to 3 years of full engagement with community. That's also coordinating with our utility stakeholders to make sure that they're well prepared to enter the neighborhood before we go in, because they also have to do their designs and constructions prior to that.
Yeah. I also want to make a distinction. I'm not talking about people. People work hard in the process, but I think maybe the number of policies that we have in place slow down the process. So I'm going to think a little bit deeper on that as part of our ongoing desire to improve decision-making process and reduce the layers of approvals that we need to go through in order to get things done. So then I'll think about maybe not as part of today's discussion or maybe part of the budget process. I have to think about that a little deeper. But I'm concerned that we have too many policies to follow through. Okay. Last question to follow up on my previous line of questions in my second round. So if I understand that if we are able to figure out that if we have to delay or scale back a bit, but as long as we remain within the 2030 deadline, then we don't have to go through the non-stat public hearing process, right?
I would say yes, that's correct. If we keep to the policy within the timeline, then that's correct.
Got it. Okay. So if you slow down now, speed up later, still meet the timeline, then then we're within that policy, that requirement. Okay, got it. That's what I need to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. So first question is about if this is received as information, does that mean and your annual funding and from tax levy that is under operational $159 million will not change? That is number one.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you will continue to complete what's scheduled 5 neighborhoods and listed in that $40 million, and also continue to finish the $8 million and for the planning and design for the following, which neighborhood will be identified to renewal.
Yes, that's correct.
So that means received information. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So like I personally, based on what I heard from the people I represent, I do not want to see this money reduced. But I do see the value my colleagues brought up and for the review, the policy. If we have so many policies, I don't know how they integrated or interacted and for us to spend money to do this program. I do think from cost effective perspective, I support that policy review idea. But I do have I have 2 things I want to clarify for that policy review. Number one is roadways. We heard and we talk about there's some possible redundant work. So is this policy review could identify those type of work and find the redundant, repeated, overlapped work with roadways work and may fund it in the different funding source under different programs. So I want to make sure that one to be included.
I would say that I don't know that we need a specific policy amendment for that. That is part of the exercise that we do. And if you're talking about roadways that maybe don't need to be there anymore, they are explored of changing the form or removing. They're very limited in a renewal context because of the built-out form of neighborhoods. But we do already incorporate and look at those opportunities where they lie. So that's not missed already, whether there's a policy change or not.
So no matter the policy change or not, that one is already clearly from your team perspective when you look at that.
Correct.
Overlap and redundant work.
Yes.
Okay, so that's okay. If that is not in the scope, and then another thing is for the sidewalk. So sidewalk is my understanding there are 2 type of work under this renew program, and one is maintenance. One is maintenance. That's so. Another one is reconstruction. So my understanding is maintenance is fully funded by our city, but the reconstruction will be shared cost with residents. That is what I heard. Is that the situation?
Not exactly. Can you clarify? Provide? Yeah. So the neighborhood program is a capital program.
Yes.
So when we're improving the asset condition, all categories of it, that would be on the capital side, and there are some operating dollars for smaller maintenance items. So when we're putting new surface on the roadway, new asphalt, that's a capital program element. When we're replacing the sidewalks and the whole structure of the roadway and streetlights, that's the full reconstruction.
Yes.
So those are all out of the program. Then there's a small portion that goes for enhanced maintenance that supports where we do need to do a little bit more fixing before we get there. And then after that, the operational maintenance that Caitlin has spoken about on the pothole filling, fixing the safety elements of cracks in the sidewalk is all done out of the maintenance program, which is operating budget.
So I know there are two components, capital and operating. I think that is confusing and even for the public. For the like Vision Zero, Street Lab, all those type of work is under operating, is under this renew program, right?
It's not under the sidewalk program or the capital program, Councillor
So
Rice.
it's
under
separate funding.
It's from the TASER reserve, which
Oh,
is
okay.
From the proceeds from automated enforcement.
So then related to the question, I know I may not have enough time, but just very quick. So for the share costs and from residents, the concern I heard is about they already paid taxes. And right now they have to pay this again. So maybe
I'll try and be brief, 3 seconds.
3
So
seconds.
that's the
Maybe
local,
come.
that's the local improvement
Yeah.
policy element that requires 50% cost share for replacement of sidewalks.
Different policies.
Different, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very briefly, Councillor Knack was referring to some other policy discussions that he's keen to have, and there's sort of a natural point coming up with the Complete Streets guidelines coming back. I have a huge interest in exploring how we prioritize arterial roads. So my understanding is that with alleyway renewal, we do prioritize BIA areas. My understanding is that we don't have that same provision for arterial reconstruction.
Yeah, I think Natalie's on the line. I don't know, Natalie, do you have context on that?
You're correct that there's not a formal process in place for that, but as part of the process for renewing or prioritizing our renewal of arterial roads, we do take those things into account. We look at the condition of the arterial roads and the context in which they exist, and that helps to influence what we're doing with them. The thing to keep in mind, though, on the arterial renewal program is that it is funded at around 20-some%, so there isn't a lot of arterial renewal work that's happening today.
So that's really the gap in that intent.
Yeah, yes. Absolutely. And again, recognizing that, so my assumption, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that if, let's say, there's a list of D and F condition rating arterials, then when you're kind of taking that list and then prioritizing the 25% of that list that you're able to do, that's where the context comes into play.
That's right.
But we don't consider, does condition C rating warrant prioritization in a main street area, for example? That's sort of outside the current.
I would say overall that is outside of the current process of primary prioritization.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bit of influence where there's opportunity, like with the developer cost share and things, where we might deviate, where it makes sense, but in large, the answer is what I just said.
So then the main question I wanted to ask is there a natural discussion point for us to have that conversation, or would that require some sort of subsequent to dig into that a bit more?
I think Clem might be on the line too. I know we're doing some work on looking at prioritization and the asset things. Clem, are you online?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I think we'd have to kind of do an analysis on that, because if we prioritize assets that are in better condition, we'd have to take into consideration the useful life that we may be kind of throwing away, I guess, for lack of a better word, to accelerate other areas.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely not a clear path, but I think that conversation is important just in terms of. Because I think when we look at sort of the multiplier factors or how we're investing in certain areas, just ensuring that our infrastructure is also matching that type of strategic investment as well. But I'm hearing that there's sort of not any sort of imminent report coming back in the new year, that we would need to be intentional about asking for that to come forward.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
Okay.
If you wanted us to focus a little bit from that lens a bit more than we do today.
Okay, well, I'll see if my committee colleagues are open to a subsequent, or that's something that I can work on as a further notice of motion. Thank you.
Okay, so we've exhausted the speakers list. That means no one further to speak to receipt of information. Okay, sorry, no further questions on it, no further speakers on the, no further questions. Then I guess we go to speaking to the motion. Councillor Rutherford. Actually, Councillor Knack, you're on committee, so you get to go first.
Sorry, may I was on for questions. I just didn't click on.
Okay, yeah, question.
Because I just had one more clarifying question, because in the report, so we're talking about, there's sort of things, there was a presentation that said these are the options, the 25 and the 35% reduction, but in the report, it basically said that those reductions are not feasible for this budget cycle and could only be considered at the next budget cycle. And yet here we are sort of discussing giving that direction now, potentially, whether it's requisition to council or a subsequent, or notice a motion from another councillor. Can
Yeah.
you speak to that? What,
Yeah,
because that was in the report and I don't think that's been given any attention.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Rutherford. So for clarity, we have a budget annually of just under 160 million, but the committed dollars that are left and available are only 48 over the 2 years of 25 and 26 that are not committed. If we were to try and take more than that, either out of a percentage or real dollar amount, then we're into existing contracts and there's those associated implications to consider that. So you're absolutely right. There's really only $48 million for this budget cycle left that's available that's uncommitted.
But when you say committed, to be clear, that's committed contractually, but
Exactly.
we have committed to community.
That's right. This is just contractual commitment where the dollars could be made available, but there's still the implications of commitment to community that would be changing with that. You're correct.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Chair.
No further questions on receipt of information. Now we'll go to speaking to it. Councillor Knack, you had signed up.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Chance. Sorry, and I know this is going to be weird. I actually have to vote no to receipt of information, although I agree with, generally speaking, I don't want to change the program. I don't want to reduce the funding for the program. But there may be at least one or more than one councillors that want to have the opportunity to discuss that. So in order for them to do that, I have to vote no for receipt of information, put the motion on the floor on their behalf to allow us to actually discuss it, and then what would ultimately be a requisition to council so that folks can vote. So even though I don't actually support the notion of reduced funding, I think this was brought forward by, this is a big discussion point. This has been a big discussion point. So I'm just in that awkward place of, it would have been for me a little bit cleaner to have this withdrawn and then put the subsequent on the floor, or put the main motion on the floor. But because we're going in this order, I'm going to have to vote no on receipt of information so I can put that other motion on the floor. Thank you.
Point of order.
Yep.
So procedure before we vote this, and we could do requisition to council, right? But after we vote this, we cannot do the requisition to council.
It can be requisitioned to council as long as a vote hasn't already been passed on the item.
Yeah, that means it's before vote this. Before vote this, then we can requisition to council.
Correct. Before a vote has been passed on the item, it could be requisitioned to council.
But we cannot do this after we voted as receive this information.
If the vote does not carry, the item could be requisitioned to council.
Okay, so we still can vote, but if it's not carried, we can requisition to council.
Correct.
So if it's carried, we cannot.
Correct.
So I will leave that for the chair.
Okay, just to close quickly, yeah, I just want to speak in gratitude for the program. I think it's one of these strong success programs that I don't know how to. The only metaphor I can kind of think of is dentistry, and it's kind of like a root canal that it's painful to go through. You got a lot of angst beforehand. You're chewing on potholes and lots of other challenges. But once it's done, it's relief, and you don't have to go back to the dentist for 50 years. So I think that, or 60 years, I guess. It's been tremendous to sort of see the evolution in terms of safety, complete streets, mitigating drainage, mitigating safe routes to school for children, integration of active transportation, and everything else. And as somebody who, as I said in the questions in my ward, many people are very supportive. Now, does this say that also, like any software, there needs to be updates, there needs to be debugging, there needs to be looking at policy, there needs to be looking at streamlining and everything else? Absolutely. And I think that can still come, but I don't think it's worth changing the course right now when we have contracts, when we have budgeted amounts and commitments to communities for what's going. I know I already have multiple emails from the Greenfield community. They want to know when they are up next. And I did look at the memo, and it does talk about work underway, but it doesn't say what's coming next. Like, I can't tell Greenfield you are up in 2030, and that's a gap I'd like to see. So I'm going to support receipt of information. I would encourage my colleagues to do the same. I think if Councillor Hamilton has a subsequent motion or something else, she can always move it as a notice of motion. Same with if Mayor Sohi has other subsequents, he can move it as a subsequent as well. He's on committee and online here today. But I think this is a little cumbersome governance-wise, because I think Councillor Knack is trying to please everyone and kindly do a solid for councillors who's not here. But I think we can still find ways to have that debate at another time. But I still think it's worth giving clarity from committee today and moving receipt of information. So that's why I did that. So thank you. So please call the vote. Oh, Mayor Sohi?
I lost connection for a bit. I wasn't sure whether we were done speaking, but it's okay. Don't worry then. If you concluded, that's fine. Don't worry.
Okay, so I was just calling the vote. Did you want to speak to it?
I wanted to, but it's okay. I don't want to break the rules. Don't worry.
Okay, we'll call the vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. So that is carried. So that is receipt of information. Now, are there any subsequent motions today from committee members? Councillor Knack, do you want to?
I guess. I think we're going to end up in the exact same place, but well, that's for another day then. Well, no, because then we can't requisition. So I don't know if there's a way to move that isn't more cumbersome. I'm going to have to think about this while we deal with the next item and figure out if there's what's the cleanest way in what is already a messy situation to try to allow that to happen. So, so I'll maybe have a subsequent after 7.3.
Okay, I understand. The mayor, Mayor Sohi, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Did you have a subsequent?
No, I have some ideas that I need to explore, but I need some time to work with administration.
Okay, all right.
So I won't have any subsequent today, no.
Okay, well then, thank you to the team, and we'll move on to the next report, which is 102 Avenue Operation Item 7.3. And does administration have a presentation for this item as well?
We do, yep. We'll just wait for the team to come. You're stuck with me all day today, so.
Doing a line change.
Okay, I can get us started. Good afternoon, committee. Sorry, you looked at me and I was wondering if I said something wrong. Yeah, is it echoing? So going back to February 21st, 2023, City Council public hearing meeting, a motion was passed asking admin to provide a report to committee that evaluates the operations of the 102 Avenue, including usage by all modes, accidents, near misses, and user and stakeholder feedback for the first 6 months of operation after the Valley Line LRT enters service. And so that's what we're here today to talk about. So the Valley Line Southeast LRT went into operation on November 4th of 2023. We have commissioned a corridor analysis that took place from November 2023 through till in July of 2024, so this summer. And we're here to report back on those findings along with next steps. So we still have Caitlin Zarabeski, who's acting in the branch manager role for Parks and Road Services, Jessica Lamar, who's the director of Safe Mobility, and Tazul Islam, who is the general supervisor for Safe Mobility Engineering. We've also got a host of folks online participating for the Q&A session as well. With that said, I will pass it over to Jessica and Tazul to walk through a few of the slides.
Thanks, Craig, and good afternoon, everyone. Prior to LRT construction, 102 Ave was a major east-west vehicle corridor with 4 travel lanes along with turning lanes at major intersections. As part of the construction for Valley Line Southeast LRT, 102 Ave between 99th Street and 102 Street was redesigned into a multimodal corridor. I'm sure you're all quite familiar with it from being in the area. It features sidewalks on both the north and south sides, LRT tracks, a bi-directional bike lane, and 1 eastbound lane for vehicle traffic between the LRT tracks and the bike lane. The bike lane is raised, and a short median at each intersection has flex posts and signs that physically separate it from the vehicle lane. Additionally, seasonal flex posts are installed at the center of the bike lane at each intersection in the summertime in order to prevent vehicles from entering. They are then removed in the wintertime to support efficient snow clearing. Administration looked at 3 main aspects in order to evaluate operations in this corridor: a safety analysis, usage by different modes, and community insight. The safety analysis involved analyzing collision data from Edmonton Police Service and from TransEd since the LRT opened, as well as during the testing period and pre-LRT construction. Edmonton Police Service data spans from November of 2023 to June of 24, and TransEd's data also includes July of 2024. In addition to the collision data, the safety analysis included direct and video observations of driver behavior in order to determine the amount of traffic noncompliance, what types of noncompliance behavior were common for different modes, and the amount of near-miss situations where a collision could have occurred but was avoided, thankfully. The direct observations were completed in May of 2024. The video analysis was done in July of 24. These times of year were specifically chosen to capture peak use of all modes. While vehicle numbers do tend to remain relatively consistent throughout the year, the spring and summer months see a much higher use of active modes than in the winter. This allowed us to more accurately see and understand how the corridor functioned with higher volumes of pedestrians, cyclists, and other micromobility users. Usage by mode was measured in June of 24 for this exact same reason. We did this by counting the volume of different types of road users at each intersection in the study area of 102 Ave from 99th to 102nd Street. Both the volume and the collision data were compared to data that had been collected between January of 2015 and December of 2017 before construction began in the area. It should be also noted that the makeup of downtown, as we all know, has changed substantially during this time due to the ongoing effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as changes in where people work. Community feedback was captured through the use of an online survey, which took place in May and June of 2024. We also reached out to participants who had been involved in previous engagement about the area and met with those organizations who were interested in doing so. Over to Tazul.
Good afternoon. So in terms of the result, as you see, overall, the number of road users in this corridor remain high, as you can see from this table. However, the range varied from intersection to intersection, particularly in terms of the pedestrian volume. And there are notable differences when comparing volumes from before the construction of the corridor. One of the largest differences compared to pre-construction is that vehicle volume have declined by approximately 90% along 102 Avenue. There are likely several contributing factors to this change. First, the design of the road itself is less appealing to vehicles with only one eastbound travel lane, limited ability to turn at certain intersections, and general lack of stores and parking spaces in the area. Construction also began before the pandemic, and the resulting work from home or the hybrid work model for the downtown also contributed to this change. Also, those who are likely using this downtown corridor may have changed their travel pattern during the years when the corridor was completely closed for construction. Pedestrian volume has decreased by 22 to 50% at majority of the intersections, probably due to the same reason as mentioned above for the vehicular traffic. The increase has seen at 100 Street intersection, which we saw the highest number of pedestrian volume is probably due to the LRT station and the transfer between the Valley Line and Capital Line LRT stations. The cyclist volume from before the construction is not available for this particular corridor. However, currently we see significant number of cyclists using this corridor. Finally, in terms of the LRT ridership, we have over 2,000 boardings per day at each of the two stations there. In terms of the safety finding, the collision data since LRT began operating show only one non-injury vehicular collision reported to EPS, and transit data reported 3 collisions with no injuries. The transit data also show a declining trend of LRT-related near misses. When you compare this data, collision data, with before the construction, there was an average of 17 collisions per year in this area. In May 2024, inspectors observed this corridor during the lunch and evening rush hours when the road users' volumes are highest for all modes. We also analyzed the video data for 24-hour period in July at 100 Street intersection due to high volume of all road users at this intersection. We observed over 18,400 road users of all modes, and majority of them are moving through this corridor safely. Some of the key findings from those observations are that about 16% or 3,000 of the road users engaged in traffic non-compliances. While illegal, most of those non-compliances did not present an immediate danger to any of the road users. Out of those 3,000, about 50 of them, or less than 2% of those non-compliant actions resulted in near misses. Now, out of those, only one near miss required an immediate action or hard braking to avoid a collision. In rest of the cases, the road users had a space of 2 meters or more to slow down or stop to navigate through safely. No collisions were observed during this time period. Non-compliances was more common when fewer conflicts exist, such as there is no vehicle present in the area. The most common observed example was the pedestrian crossing against a do not walk signal after looking to make sure the way is clear. The most common cyclist violation was cycling parallel to the LRT when the LRT had a signal to proceed, but the bicycle signal indicated a stop. About 2% of the vehicle drivers were observed engaging in violations. And most common was stopping in the middle of the intersection to avoid obstructing LRT during busy period where the traffic queue back up during along 101 Street and 100 Street. Other issues included one-way violations and making illegal turns. Driving in bike lane also noted in the survey, however, observations were limited. During the informal site observations, there were a few tire trucks observed on the bike lane. Since the opening of the LRT, we received only 2 311 notifications reported driving on the bike lane. No complaints have been made since the installation of flex post at the center of the bike lane after its being swept in April. Finally, in terms of the community feedback, administration invited key stakeholders from previous engagement session about this area to meet, but interests were limited. Path for People and the Canada Place Building Management team provided valuable feedback, and other organizations who were not able to attend the meeting were invited to complete the online survey. The survey was advertised through email to those organizations, as well as roadside signs along the corridor. And we have received over 400 responses during the time of May and June 2024. One of the key takeaways from those engagement was that while the data shows vast majority of the road users, they're moving safely, 75% of the survey respondents did report having unsafe experience while traveling through the corridor. And the reasons cited for unsafe experience were mainly attributed to the behavior of other road users, such as driver entering the intersections or the crosswalk without checking for pedestrian, or pedestrian and other road users entering the crosswalk when the signal shows do not walk. Almost were noted at engaging in safety-related or non-compliances, but those walking and cycling are probably feeling more unsafe due to the higher risk of vulnerable road users. Also, social disorder has been cited as some common causes of unsafe experience in the corridor. We also heard in the survey and from the stakeholders meeting that users found it challenging to identify which space was meant for vehicles. In terms of the 311 call for this corridor, we had limited number of 311 inquiries, and they were largely related to driving on bike lane, which we already resolved through the flex post at the center of the bike lane after spring sweep. Those posts, they physically prevent any driver to enter into the bike lane and prevent driving along the bike lane. However, we need to remove those flex posts from the center to make the snowplow efficient during the winter months. Suggestions for improvement from the feedback sessions and from the survey was largely around improving the safety and user experience. For example, there was a recommendation of separating vehicle and cyclist further, improving signage, adding additional streetscape or pedestrian-friendly measures such as selective closures or space activations. Feedback sessions participants also noted that this has been a fairly significant change for the corridor, which required an adjustment period for all road users. And some of the concerns that were previously people had at the beginning, before the opening of the corridor, did not actually materialize after the start of the operation. Over to Jessica.
So overall, the assessment helps us understand that the majority of folks using all different modes are traveling safely through the 102 Avenue corridor. That being said, there's always something to learn and improve, especially when we take a deep dive. So this analysis has brought to light several opportunities to improve safety and both traffic flow. Administration is reviewing signals along the corridor to see where changes can be made. The non-compliance that Tazul was referring to in terms of starting to cross when there's a do not walk sometimes exists because there is a gap in time where there is no one moving and it appears safe to proceed. So we're going to take a look at that and see what we can do to reduce those wait times, particularly for pedestrians. We are also working not only to reduce the wait time in the existing line, but about incorporating that approach as the signal design efforts are currently underway for the Valley Line West LRT project. So we want to make sure these learnings are transferred to that project. As Tazul mentioned, confusion over where to drive was noted as a major challenge before the spring installation of those flex posts. We saw similar issues to this in the first year of the downtown bike network launch back in 2017. Complaints dropped to very few in the following year, again, as people became more used to the infrastructure, and we're certainly seeing that as well. In the meantime, we're working to improve clarity as much as possible and ensure that there are other methods of ensuring drivers do not enter bike lanes in the winter when those flex posts aren't present. We're also conducting a full signage review of the area, including bike lane signage, to determine where improvements can be made. Installations and updates can occur as opportunities for change are identified even over the next couple of months. Potential conflicts between drivers and cyclists have also been observed when vehicles need to turn right across the bike lane. This is not uncommon in our network throughout the city, but it does bring us an opportunity to explore some emerging technologies that can provide real-time warnings for vehicles of an approaching cyclist. There is a potential to pilot that system in this particular area, and we're looking into that right now. And finally, just like any other infrastructure in the city, we're going to keep an eye on this location for other potential concerns and improvements, and we're taking these learnings and making sure that they're being applied to the Valley Line West LRT project as it moves forward. We very much recognize that this area underwent a significant transformation over the past few years, and it can be challenging for road users, residents, and businesses in the area to adjust.
This can happen when a large project is retrofitted into existing infrastructure space, resulting in a much changed user experience. With the next steps identified and road users continuing to gain familiarity every day with the corridor, we do expect that the concerns and near misses will continue to decrease, as we've seen through the analysis since the line opened. Thank you very much, and happy to take your questions after speakers.
Thank you. We're going to just take a pause for a moment to welcome more guests from Dr. Lila Fallman School, grade 6 class, with their teacher, Jamtani? Welcome, teacher Jamtani, and the grade 6 class from Dr. Lila Fallman School, which is in Ward Ipikokini Piotsi, with your counselors, Counselor Jennifer Rice, is here today. So welcome to all of you, and I thought we'd just share, we're having a presentation from our administration. They're sharing their observations about 102nd Avenue, a street just out here in downtown, and we're trying to figure out how to make that street as safe as possible. Now counselors are going to have questions for them. We're going to hear from a couple members of the community and their concerns and thoughts. And yeah, so welcome, and let's give them a warm welcome to City Hall. So, proceeding with the agenda, we now, and just to administration, that concludes the, yeah, that's good, okay. We have 2 speakers now, so guest Emerangan, are you present? Excellent, okay, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, and you can hit play on this in a minute here. I want to start by saying how glad I am to have a good cycling commute. By going a few blocks out of my way, I can use safe cycling infrastructure almost my whole way to work. And not having to own a car is the single biggest affordability factor in my life. So I'm really grateful to the city workers and to you, council, for enabling that. It's huge for me. I enjoy my commute to work even when the weather's like this. But over the past year, I've learned to dread this specific 5-block stretch of bike infrastructure. I bought a dash cam for my bike because of this, and I think we can play a selection of what I've captured over the last year. Almost every near miss and the one collision I experienced in the past year happened on this small section of my commute. Users of the bike lane deal with this kind of problems every day, especially during the winter and the large parts of the summer where center lane flex posts are missing. And as an aside, when I called 311 in May to say that the flex posts had been knocked down by cars, I was told it would take 4 months to replace them, up to 4 months. But even when those posts are in place, failure to yield or driving the wrong way down the street are still very frequent occurrences. And you don't have to rely on my report or your report, my opinion, or my dashcam footage for this. Taylor Lambert for CBC showed about 400 infractions by vehicles at a single intersection in a 2-day span last winter. And the intersection he looked at isn't even the worst one. If you go out there at rush hour, you'll see some of this behavior right today, I can guarantee you. And you can go on Street View right now and see a van parked there too if you want. It would be really easy to put this down to Edmonton drivers, I think. But the scale of the problem right in this specific place indicates to me that 102nd Ave's design is the problem. There are a lot of issues with signage, signaling, and infrastructure design that I think create a uniquely dangerous situation here. Because in direct contrast, in my experience, the rest of the downtown bike grid and so much of the other great infrastructure the city's executed since are much, much more successful. And like, I'm not an engineer, I'm a layperson in this, but talking to the people I know who do this for a living and seeing other infrastructure in our own city, by the way, this is my favorite one. There were like 20 cars going the wrong way one day. It's clear we know how to do this stuff right, so there's no excuse for getting it this wrong. The report you've got in front of you notes that there's a moderate but significant degree of noncompliance by all types of road users, but the consequences of that can be so different. Someone looking both ways crossing in a crosswalk after waiting 2 minutes for a signal is risking a ticket. By the way, I'm glad that's being looked at. But a driver turning right without signaling, looking, or yielding across a well-used bike lane is putting others in pretty serious danger. So let's not treat these behaviors as equivalent, and let's recognize that drivers are causing severe danger, even if it's the design that's to blame. For cyclists, 102 Ave is the only continuous east-west connection we've got through downtown, but for vehicles, it's an insignificant piece of our 12,000 kilometers of lanes. And like almost every day, I wonder, what is this lane even here for vehicles? With no place to park other than the bike lane, All it really does is serves to give users of a few private parkades a choice of an alternate route to avoid Jasper Avenue. That's it in terms of the role it plays in our greater transportation system. And so in service of that tiny little convenience, we're creating really serious risks for Edmontonians who make the choices to bike, walk, or use other active modes, which is something our city depends on more people doing. So I was very frustrated when the decision was made to go back on the promise of a car-free pilot and open this to vehicles. But let's look at some of the claims from then. You were told having vehicles on this stretch of road might reduce social disorder and provide a buffer. But the social disorder I've seen of driving the wrong way, failing to look, signal, or yield to vulnerable road users, and treating someone else's route to work as a parking spot has impacted me really directly since, and literally impacted me in one case. And that buffer zone that we heard about in the form of vehicle lane regularly fails to yield or signal, where the LRT has never done that. I don't have to worry about the LRT coming into my lane. So it's not serving as a buffer zone. Working around machinery taught me that near misses aren't something we can dismiss. Acting on these is how we avoid serious outcomes in the future. I think there's good actions to be taken because of this report, and I think you can go farther than what this report suggests. But if you don't take action at this point, I think a life-changing outcome is pretty much guaranteed to happen here. Maybe to me or one of the people here who uses this lane, some of whom I pass on my way to work. So I think you need to both take this report seriously and recognize that it doesn't give the entire picture. I'd really encourage you to prioritize making this crucial east-west connection safe for active users, which it currently is not. And if we can't figure out how to do that, you can always fix it by closing that vehicle lane. It's pretty simple. Thanks.
Thank you. Guest Jason Wong, are you with us?
Yep. Hello.
Yeah, Guest Wong, you have 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to the committee today. I forgot to introduce myself earlier. I'm a member of the Board of Paths for People, and we, of course, advocate for a safer city to walk, bike, and roll in. So just on 102 Avenue, a year ago, or a couple of months ago at least, we were part of some groups that were asking for the car-free pilot to go ahead. And, we really were looking forward to this report and seeing what its insights were. And I have to say, we very much agree with Max and all the points that he just brought up about how this report does show a lot of things, but in some ways an incomplete picture of what's actually happening on that street, or sorry, on that avenue. Generally, I want to say, in all of our advocacy work, our main priority is safety. We want a city that's safe, like I said, to walk, bike, and roll in, where folks are able to be out on the streets, or where kids can be outside, or folks of all ages and abilities can be using our infrastructure and getting around the city, going to local businesses, going to festivals. And of course, there are more and more of those downtown. Many improvements can be made to our street designs to reduce the volume of near misses and collisions. That's the whole point of Vision Zero, noting that infrastructure design has a major component to play. It's not just about human decision making. We all make mistakes, but our infrastructure has to be designed well to minimize those. And that's also part of the ongoing work in the Complete Streets policy and standards revisit or renewal. And I really want to emphasize that this example, 102 Avenue, ties into that, and it ties into some other conversations happening with downtown pedestrianization and downtown revitalization. And many of these lessons are ones that are not just unique to our city, but we can learn from other places. So before I get to those, I just want to say one part of this report that we found especially concerning, again, is about how we are recording and analyzing data. near the end of the report, there's a reference to how there were 84 near misses just within a 24-hour time period on the street or on this avenue. And, our understanding is that the engineering definition of a near miss is, maybe not the same as a colloquial understanding, that it's a bit more broad. But I'm not a traffic engineer. I wouldn't be able to explain exactly what that constitutes, but we know that it's more than it's a very broad definition, and maybe administration can speak to that. But 84 is still concerning. In industrial safety and engineering risk management, there's a concept of an accident triangle, which is to say, for roughly every 600 near misses, there are 30 property damage incidents, maybe 10 minor injuries, and then 1 serious injury, right? And that's coming from like an industrial facilities world and occupational health and safety world, and traffic engineering is different, but the same point or the same principle, I believe, exists here, where for all of the near misses that are happening, there will be collisions, there will be minor ones, maybe ones without injuries, but there will be ones with serious injuries. It's great that that hasn't happened yet, but I'm sure that day will come if we're having so many per day. I want to note in Edmonton's crash and equity analyses technical report that looks at that it's part of the guiding principle for Vision Zero and street prioritization or upgrade prioritization. That report does not look at near misses, it only looks at collisions. So we're missing generally across the city a lot of data and a lot of insight into where we need to be improving infrastructure. And last thing I just want to say about infrastructure again is, the street is built. We're very supportive of admin's recommendations to improve it, like real-time monitoring, but we should really be thinking about how to design this to be better by default.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
So that's our 2 speakers. Now we'll move to questions of the speakers. Councillor Knack, did you select this item? Yeah. No questions for the speakers. Councillor Stevenson.
No, those were both great presentations. I don't have any questions.
Okay. My only question is a procedural one to the clerk. Are you able to, can the video shared by guest Amarangan be shared with councillors? Is that possible?
We can look into that.
Okay, I'd like to take a look at that. Thank you. Hearing no further committee members, then I'll thank our guests for their 2 presentations, and now we'll move to questions of administration. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. Thanks for the report, and as folks know, this one I ride twice a day, pretty much every day for the last 9 years. So I have a lot of firsthand experience. So I'm going to try not to bring in my personal thoughts on it, but I do want to ask a few questions. I want to start with the last point that was just raised around how we define a near miss, because the visuals that were shared in the video by Mr. Amarangan are something I experience weekly. At least once a week, I have an incident like that. What do we consider a near miss?
So in the study analysis, Councillor Knack, near misses were looked at 2 different ways, depending on the data capture. So through direct observation, there's a more subjective piece to that. Whereas through the computer video analysis, it's looking at mathematical equations and probability, likelihood of a crash. So when we were looking at it from the direct observation, we were looking to see if a road user had to deviate from their travel path. Again, this is based off of human perception, regardless of how small or how far in advance of a conflict that change was made. When it was done through the video recording, it was based on numeric means of assessing the potential for a collision and by how close in space or time those 2 road users were observed. We don't collect near-miss information in general due to the subjectivity of it, so it's difficult for us.
So that leads to probably the biggest question, because and I know that's a challenge we find citywide. It's a challenge we find in school zones. So I'm not, but this report is about this specific piece. So I'm going to focus on this, which is that so we don't, that video is to, I think, most of the folks that would use 102nd Ave on a daily basis, not at all a shock. But that would suggest that the number of near misses are substantially higher than what was reflected in the report. Because again, I can point to, and not exaggerating when I say literally once a week, there is somebody turning in front of either myself or somebody else I'm witnessing. Thankfully, less turning into the actual bike lane piece since the bollards went up. But what I'm trying to figure out is how we then respond to what is a very real situation happening on this road, because I'm not sure that the actions that I read about are going to solve what we're seeing. But I guess my bigger question is that you've essentially received council direction not to consider closure of that road. So that, to me, that is actually the thing that solves the problem. For a road that gets 500 cars a day, I don't actually see the point. But you can't go down that path because you've received previous council direction, correct?
Correct. As well, this report was simply to provide an analysis of the safety of the corridor.
Yeah, and so, but yeah, that would have to come from other folks. Okay. Well, so of the highlighted actions, I guess I wanted to figure out how some of these, how quickly some of them can go in, and then broadly how we can extend what we're seeing in that video to west of 102nd Street, because we're going to be rebuilding that stretch. We've got LRT. I would suggest, based off the current actions, it's not safe right now. And so how do we make sure that as we build further to the west that we take those learnings? What does that look like right now?
I'm going to ask Tazul to respond to implementing the next steps that we're talking about in that timeline. And then we have Bruce Ferguson on the line from LRT as well around the implementation or the integration of these things into West LRT.
Okay.
So, Councillor, for the next action, one component is the signage. So we started working on reviewing the corridor for signage to see where we can add additional sign to make it more clear and inform the driver that when you are making the right turn, you need to pay attention to the oncoming traffic. So that we are expecting that to be completed within the next couple of months.
Okay.
In terms of the signal timing, again, Bruce can respond to that part because we are looking at coordination with the west portion of it. And then finally, in terms of some of the emerging technology, we are doing some literature review and reaching out to the vendors to see if there are technology out there that we can apply as a pilot to give drivers a warning that the cyclist is approaching, so you should pay attention to the cyclist before you turn over the bike lane.
Okay, I'll probably have a few more follow-up questions on that particular piece, but I'm nearing the end of time. Thanks.
Councillor Rice.
Thank you. Thank you for the reports and also presentation. So there are a few questions here. For the evaluation reports, and then from the reports, it shows it's from external consultant. So my question is there any specific reason we do not have that evaluation capacity in-house, or why we hired external consultant to do this?
This request for this work came off cycle, so we did not plan for it within our current staff complement. As well, it brought in a skill set that we don't normally have in-house, or we need to contract out anyways around the video-based analysis and whatnot. So this was it was something that we could get done efficiently within the time frame that council had requested it by bringing in those additional external resources.
And to add, Councillor Rice, our internal staff review that evaluation and what the consultant compiled in the report that they put together, which then drove the recommended implementation of signage and signaling changes potentially in the future.
So then move forward, I believe it's my understanding, you can correct me. This is for the 6 months evaluation since Valley Line and start operation. So we will have more evaluation will be done. And 1 year timeline or 2 year timeline. So at that moment, and our internal house capacity, and so should we be ready for that, or we are still request budget for the external resources?
Councillor Rice, we don't have an evaluation at this level on the books moving forward. This was a special request from council. However, just like everywhere else on the network, we pay attention to what's going on. When we're seeing issues arise, when we hear from the community, we do those reviews. As well, we'll have to keep a close eye on the next steps and implementing those improvements and how they're functioning. So certainly won't be moving away from paying attention to this area, but we won't be doing the full-scale safety analysis that we did based off of council's motion.
Okay. Related to this results from this evaluation, and then the one funding is very interesting, is about the non-compliance. Most come from like active motor users. So I heard some like a few like steps and presented, and so my question is, because I heard the single timing and also some like signage usage, but all those single timing adjustments, we do not need additional funding. But for the signage, and for the signage, and how do we make sure the effectiveness, and is there any way, and then we have some like human-centered approach to really make sure those long compliance and by active motor users. That is interesting finding in the report, and it's a little bit of a surprise to me. We can improve in that area.
So to answer your question, Councillor Rice, there is no cost to the signal change, but there is consideration for the downline implications of that change. So with the West LRT construction that's occurring, so that needs to be a factor in the analysis. However, on the signage piece, there is case studies as well as locations in Edmonton where we've used like similar signage or flex posting where we've seen compliance increase and a decrease in what we would call is in terms of conflict points within active modes users as well as roadway users.
So all this type of work will be progress under existing budgets. So at this point, there is no additional budget requirement.
That's correct.
So with existing budget, within this budget, is there any other way do you consider could be more effective, and how we can reduce that non-compliance by active motor use? And then instead of some technical factors, we just talked about these two things, there is other ways.
Those main forms of non-compliance, we do believe that what we've proposed as next steps will help to address. So for example, the major non-compliance from pedestrians was crossing when there was a do not walk signal. But the vast majority of those people who were crossing during that do not walk signal were doing so after checking to make sure there's no vehicles moving, the train's not coming, and so they've deemed it safe to move. We're looking to see if we can reduce that wait time for the pedestrians so we don't actually put them in that particular position.
Okay, thank you so much. My time is out.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate this report. As Councillor Knack, I have intimate experience on this corridor as well, and I think the report really captured some of my experiences in terms of the challenges with the signals. I apologize, I've probably got at least a couple of rounds of questions, but I wanted to start with some clarification on the reporting and methodology of the study. So in terms of the near misses, the report explains that it's sort of no fault. It's not saying that this near miss was ascribed to a pedestrian. So just for clarity, when table 5.3 says that there were 82 pedestrian-related conflicts, is that conflicts between pedestrians and a vehicle, pedestrians and a bicycle? Like the pedestrians are not conflicting with each other? I just wanted a bit of clarity on that.
So it's pedestrian did not have the road right of way, but the conflict is with the vehicle or with the cyclist.
Okay, I think that's an important clarification. Then the near miss rates per 1,000 road users. So again, I think as it was highlighted, 82 conflicts in a 24-hour period seems quite high. Are there any engineering standards that would suggest, safe intersections should have a conflict rate of X per 1,000 users?
Council, it's hard to come up with another reference location, but we did look at another areas which is outside of this corridor, and we saw a little higher violation rate in this corridor compared to the other one.
But there's no broader standard where if I was a traffic engineer, I would look at 16 conflict rates per 1,000 and say, whoa, that's an alarm bell, for example.
So, Councillor, sometimes we look at the severity of those near misses. So when we look at the, for example, computer conflict, we look at 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and so on. And depending on that, we can further look into those conflict and see how severe they are. But of course, it's difficult to come up with a general number that this is the threshold we need to pay attention to.
So how do we determine if an intersection is safe or not? So when we're doing Vision Zero street labs, what are we doing to assess if an intersection is safe? What metrics do we use?
So I would say, first of all, we would not categorize between safe and unsafe. What safety really is a spectrum, safe, safer, safest. So we don't operate roads that we would deem unsafe. That would be a no-go. And it's the point of all of our work. What we would look at is, what are the challenges? How can we make this safer? And depending on the context of the road, safest. And it's really, again, I've heard this earlier today, but both art and science, of understanding how people use the space, taking into account those engineering expertise pieces, our policies, et cetera, at the city, and trying to blend those all together.
Okay, so I'm hearing administration say that this corridor as it currently stands is safe enough for it to be open. You're not suggesting that we go and close it, but that there is room and opportunity to make it increasingly safer. Okay. I also wanted to understand in section 5.2.3, and apologies if I missed it, I don't actually see a breakdown of vehicle non-compliance in the consultant's report. However, the main report references the 2% of vehicle non-compliance. I was just wondering why that wasn't in the consultant report, but it was referenced in the main report.
Because the number was so small, so when we were working on the report itself, we dig down the data further a bit, but by that time, the consultant already submitted the final report, so that's why it's not there.
Okay. And then it seems to me, from what I see on page 18 and 19, that the vehicle counts included north-south travel on 100th and 101st Street. Is that correct? So those vehicle counts, the 6,935 would have included the north-south vehicle movements?
Councillor, are you talking about the along? So when we looked at 6,000, that's along 102 Avenue corridor.
It
so
is
we did
along.
Not east-west. We did not look at north-south.
Oh, okay. Page 18, sort of and onwards, shows in red, like the different travel paths of the different modes, and it does include the north-south traffic lanes.
That's correct, Councillor. When we looked at each of this intersection, those snapshots shows all the movements, but when we presented the along 102 Avenue, we only considered the volume east to west.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I'll come around for some more. Thank you.
Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much for this report. And I thought that video was great, but it was also very unsettling to watch all the near misses on one commute. I wanted to ask about signalization. I think I heard you say, Jessica, that you've noted that it makes it really challenging for the pedestrians sometimes, and one of the next step is a full-on signalization review. But if I think about Valley Line opening since it's been a year, there's been lots of reporting around signal timing. My office continues to get a lot of those challenges. It's regular that we're walking over to 99th Street and 102 Avenue, and there is such a delay between the transition from LRT to traffic to the pedestrian light, even when the trains have already come and go. I think I'm just trying to understand, why does it take so long to adjust the signalization? Because we have a lot of data inputs. And I feel like I'm just wondering, why does it take so long to see an impact?
Thanks, Councillor Tang. I'm actually going to turn it over to Brian, who's online, to talk about the LRT signaling piece.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Caitlin. Councillor Tang, I think what we've discovered over the course of maybe the last year, as we are continuing to refine and work with Transit to adjust the timings, that there's still room for improvement. I think what we've discovered is the additional set of timings and some timings that are still in place, including 102 Avenue, are provided to give the train that maximum opportunity to travel through and to prevent it from stopping unnecessarily. I think we find that there's probably some flex to that, and we're trimming around the edges as best we can without degrading the transit run times. That's our big priority. So the work we're going to do on 102nd Avenue is going to exactly focus on that. What can we do to change how we operate the signals, give more time to the pedestrians, have pedestrians not wait as long, but still ensure the trains get from station to station without stopping. So it's very much we've learned a lot, certainly from the initial design that the contractor put in on Valley Lines East.
Yeah, and I certainly think there's lots to learn from this case study on 102 Avenue. I'm thinking about the application to other parts of the entire line. When I think about some other significant LRT crossing, for example, 28th Avenue and 66th Street, where, the train crosses in both north, south, east, and west bound, and there's a bit of a standstill for quite a bit. And so I just wanted to make sure that, we are applying what we've learned in this instance to those other parts of the line. Yes?
So absolutely, and we're also taking those forward through the design of the West that's underway as well. A lot of learning.
And unfortunately, I just had to share this, but, after a year, I'm still hearing from residents about 15-minute away at an east-west crossing across the line. So I just want to flag that, and we have been, and residents have been as well. And so I guess, a while ago there was a number of high-profile collisions that have happened, and in anticipation of this report, I just wanted to also take the opportunity to understand. Some of those collision rates, have you been in fact noticing a decrease? And I'm hearing signage is going to be adjusted, signalization is going to be adjusted, there'll be ongoing education. Are there other design measures you think will help?
I can respond to that, Councillor Tang. It's Carrie from ETS. So we've been working really closely with TransEd to support investigations that they're conducting and implementing any kind of recommendations that they have. Every single collision that has happened so far in the line, it has not been because of any signaling or transit operator issues. It's truly been driver behavior. So I think it's important to kind of set that context when we have the conversations about the collisions that have taken place. There's been a lot of work since service commencement along the entire alignment, looking at signs and signaling. So we have an active process with Transit to identify and implement those changes based on any feedback and observations. So focus areas have included Mill Woods, Davies, Bonnie Doon, as well as Strathern.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. If I can jump in quickly, why don't we use concrete bollards? Why do we use flex posts?
On the entrance into a bike lane or on the side?
Either or. Why don't we use barriers?
Yeah, so on the entrance to a bike lane, the reason that we haven't used a permanent bollard is for access for snow clearing. This allows larger equipment to come straight into the bike lane. It's more efficient rather than smaller equipment that then has to be paired with hand removal of snow. So that's the reason there. The reason on the sides, I'm not sure, Tizul, if...
Like on 102, or no, 100, we've got those foot-high, kind of A-frame concrete barriers, but yet in 102 we kind of have a gutter. Like you could skateboard on and off the road easily. I don't have the lingo because I'm a hip dad, but skateboarding, rad dad here, yeah. But yeah, like it's that's the problem. Like cars can seamlessly go back and forth, and whether if there was, not saying we have to do the full flower bed treatment like on 106, but if there was anything else that would be more permanent than like even I know like we have the snow removal equipment. It's the brushes, but even then it can kind of deke around a bollard at the front, especially when there's bike lane, sidewalk, etc.
I think because of the delineated nature on this particular corridor, they can't actually deke around. So that's part of the challenge there. It's a raised bike path, right? So it doesn't, they'll actually like not be stable if they're trying to get around that flex post. The ones on the sides, in terms of permanency, I think might be better question over to Bruce. I think that was a design decision. It's not something that happened as a retrofit afterwards.
Councillor Janice, Bruce Ferguson here. One of the main reasons that we've not looked at installing permanent barriers along the alignment, and you can see it in some of the videos actually that we've seen, is if a vehicle finds itself in that bike lane inadvertently, then it needs the ability to get back out of the bike lane. So that's the reason that we haven't been looking at permanent barriers down there, so that drivers have a way to safely egress should they find themselves in the bike lane.
I don't understand, because how would they get into the bike lane if there was a barrier?
Or at the very end, yes, the bollards at the end are driven by snow clearing. It's something we can take a look at, but it's really driven more by access for snow clearing equipment in the winter. Because when we do have the flex bollards in the summer, you see very few vehicles, if any, in the bike lane.
And to add to that, Councillor Jans, when they're clearing snow, in order to be able to get the snow in and out of there, because it is a windrow-free zone, it becomes really challenging when they have permanent vertical infrastructure along the sides to be able to actually remove that snow.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Knack, yep.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. So a few more questions I have. I'll ask it, even though I think I know the answer, but I with as many folks that jaywalk across the LRT line, why don't we just, like, we're trying to stop something that's going to happen nonstop. And I know I brought this up when we talked about the Valley Line West LRT, but it's just like, it's one of those things that at what point do we just sort of acknowledge it's going to happen and instead design for that reality versus trying to pretend that we can get people to not do that. And so I appreciate that's a hard question for folks who are in engineering and who have safety standards, but there is just the reality that is never going to change. So at what point do we have to adjust our approach?
I think, Councillor Knack, to add is that some of the reason for the observed jaywalking that's happening is because pedestrians are anxious to get across the intersection, which is directly attributed to the signal timing. So I think that it's a hard question to answer of like, what amount of risk are we willing to take and admit that this is never going to change? But I think it's important that we look at what that signaling timing can be, considering that this is a newer style of intersection as well as LRT above grade, and making sure that we're adapting to what we can, and then maybe looking at that question that you had maybe a little less directly after we've done some of these improvements.
Yeah, I get, and I ask because we have done this. Rice Howard Way is the one road that legally you are allowed to cross anywhere along it, and that, I would argue, seems to have a higher risk of conflict based off I'm guessing they probably see more traffic, vehicle traffic. So I'm just sort of wondering, like, why not explore something like that?
I think, Councillor, with the LRT train being there, the risk is quite high with any pedestrian-involved collision. So if we have this law that says you have to follow the rules and regulations, then even if someone is jaywalking, they are now more careful, versus if we say you're allowed to jaywalk, then they get that free entitlement that I can cross anytime. So that can potentially cause issues. Yes, we are seeing this non-compliances, and we see this in many other areas in downtown intersection outside of this corridor as well. But when people are doing that, they know that they are not supposed to cross, so they are more careful and vigilant.
And I think to add, Councillor Knack, like the jaywalking is happening at the beginning and the end of the phase, not continuously. And also to note is like the tracks are there to provide access for FRS, so we need to have fire rescue services to be able to access.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, I know their observation said it was the beginning and the end of the phase. I I would respectfully note that is not what I see on a near daily basis on that road, which is why I wanted to just be blunt and ask the question. I wanted to ask a little bit more about the signal timing piece, because I appreciate you're going to look at that for pedestrian, like that entire stretch, not just from this 3-block stretch, but going further west. You know, I know when we redid Jasper Ave, I think we redid the signal light timing to really align with vehicles traveling at 40 kilometers an hour. And if you're traveling at 40, you can make it through most of the way. I think we had said when we designed the bike lane that we were designing the light signal timing to do that, but it's never actually happened. And I'm curious as to, so are we looking at even just the current day timing about, and I'm not just thinking about cycling traffic, I'm thinking about the pedestrian traffic and the situation we just talked about along most of that corridor. And so how, maybe a little bit to Councillor Tang's question, sort of like, how soon before you would start to see those changes? Because I do feel like I remember hearing about it before the pandemic that we were going to do it, and then in practice it doesn't seem to actually be done that way yet.
So Councillor Knack, the design work is sort of underway. Our goal is maybe to have the design completed by Q2 of next year. And there's two components. One is to design the future signals that are going in as part of West, but also to recalibrate the southeast signals that are there so that they all operate sort of in a similar fashion. The big challenge I think we're going to find, not challenge, I think the task will be is once we've designed the timings is how do we make sure we implement it so that, you know, we make sure that the LRT mobility between stations is preserved. Like, and you talked about synchronizing lights. The priority would be to synchronize the lights for the trains to make sure that they aren't stopped at the wrong spot. Yeah. And then from there, we need to look at, well, then what's the next priority? Pedestrians, bicyclists, and automobiles. But the train will take priority on.
Absolutely. I'll come back to that in my last round because I've noticed some challenges on the train timing too. Thanks.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thanks. I, again, just wanted to further follow up. So is non-compliance the same as conflict?
It is not, Councillor.
Okay, so when we look at, again, I think where I'm struggling is that we're reporting near misses by pedestrians and cyclists, but not by vehicles. And recognizing that, again, there may be bicycle pedestrian conflicts for sure, but assuming that a lot of the conflict points with pedestrians are with vehicles.
So, Councillor, when we looked at those 3,000 non-compliances, they include all mode users, pedestrian, cyclist, and vehicle. And the vehicle was about 2%.
Sorry, for the non-compliance, but not for the conflicts.
So for conflict, we had about 50 conflicts. And we haven't separated them, but we do have data that basically shows in most cases they involve active modes.
I'm really sorry then, I think I'm just misunderstanding. So there's a table, again, on page 44 that talks about, in that 24-hour period, 42 pedestrian-related conflicts, 3 bicycle-related, 1 e-scooter. But I heard you say that there were only 50 conflict points?
So, Councillor, I think this one is for the video. In case of video, we did not have any vehicular conflict. We had 82 pedestrian-related, 1 e-scooter, and 3 bicycle.
But to be clear, who were the pedestrians conflicting with in those 82 instances?
It could be other mode users, like vehicles.
Like vehicles, yeah. Okay. So I think that's where we're challenged here, is that pedestrians are likely not crashing into each other. Pedestrians are likely coming into conflict with vehicles, but we don't have that captured. It's collated as a pedestrian-related conflict.
So, Councillor, when we looked at the video-based data, we looked at purely 2 objects, and in terms of space and time, if there is a potential of conflict. Mm-hmm. So, from video data, it's difficult to capture who is those other road users and who is at fault, basically. It's difficult to identify.
Right.
So that's why we had the manual observation to supplement.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I think I'll just leave that, but I think I'm not sure that we're getting a full picture just in terms of where those conflicts are potentially happening. I just want to follow up. There was quite low engagement uptake. It seemed like there were only 2 parties that followed up to have the interviews. Do we have a sense of why that is?
So, Councillor, we reached out to about 14 stakeholders, and I think we reached out at least more than two times. And Pathway People and Canada Place, they too showed interest, but for others, they were engaged in the past, so it's possible that they just completed the survey. And when we looked at some of the open results of the survey, we do see comments that basically says some of those businesses, they actually participated in the online survey.
Okay, so they may have taken part in the online survey, but not with the follow-up. And then I think one of the, there were 2 data pieces that sort of came through when we were debating this corridor earlier. One was around parkade access. And I think we had asked those landowners if they would be able to share some of their parkade utilization data. Was any of that made available throughout the study?
We haven't specifically asked for that information as part of this study.
Okay. And then, as was referenced earlier as well, social disorder along 102nd Avenue was highlighted as a concern. It sounds like and I think the assumption was that adding vehicle traffic to the street would help address that, have more eyes on the street. It sounds like social disorder, safety concerns continue to come out as a major concern, even with the corridor being open to all modes. Is that fair?
Yes, it did certainly come out. It wasn't asked specifically in the survey about social disorder. When people were describing their feelings of not being safe, they talked about aggressive individuals, cleanliness, and needing better solutions to support those experiencing houselessness.
Okay, well, I see that Mr. Gervin is online, and maybe just want to confirm that. Has there been a decrease in the perception of some of the concerns along 102nd Ave since the opening of the lane to vehicle traffic?
Yeah, I've heard positive, Tom Gervin, Director of Downtown Vibrancy, positive feedback about the reopening and allowing of vehicular traffic. Definitely anecdotally from adjacent businesses and property owners about the improvement just in terms of not only general activity, but also accessibility to their businesses. So the pilot that we held on the pilot on Rice Howard Way was supported by that. That allowed another entry point that supported that activation. So overall, that's been positive.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I was asking specifically just around the perception of safety along 102nd from a social disorder. Are those concerns still present?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm the best person to answer that question, but based on the feedback that I've received, I think there are ongoing challenges for sure in terms of perception of safety, not only on 102nd Avenue, but throughout downtown. So I couldn't categorize that as anything different than other parts of downtown.
Than previously. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I had one other. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to leave it here. Councillor Knack.
Sure, thank you. I'd be fascinated at some point. I'm just, with 777 cars going per day, even if all of them only traveled at the peak hours for the morning AM and PM, that'd be 3 cars a minute. And so it's like, I'd be interested to know, is that actually genuinely making things better in terms of perception of safety? Is that creating a more safe environment from the business community? Maybe that's a conversation for another day. So I'm trying to think of how I bring the questions up to sort of the broader governance level, because while I love getting to talk about the road I commute on, this is probably inefficient governance to be talking about individual roads at a committee meeting. So I guess, I've heard a lot of questions about things like traffic signal timing as an example. I'm going to pick on that. And I know we had a conversation, it was December last year, where we did a motion around different types of traffic tools that we can use to help address better traffic flow for all forms of transportation. So maybe I'll ask that question. Where are we at for that? Because I think part of the challenge is that this is a really weird conversation because we're talking about a specific road, and I appreciate it was due to a report and we've got a subsequent motion. But if this is a problem across the city in various areas, how do we address this in a more timely fashion so we don't do road specific motions?
And Councillor Knack, you're talking about signal timing in all intersections,
I'm
not just
gonna use
LRT.
that as the starting
Sure,
point as an
great.
example of like that's something that I know seems to be an issue in a lot of places. How do we more quickly respond? We passed a motion on this about a year ago saying
Right.
that we're gonna start doing this. Where's that work as an example?
For sure. I'm going to ask Shwikar Ibrahim, Director of Tracker Operations, to chime in.
Good afternoon. Hi, Councillor Mack. Yes, we are working on that report. The idea was to bring that back in Q1 of next year. So a few of the steps that we've done so far is kind of reviewing the policies of like how do we prioritize which locations get upgraded to a signal, but then also refining the toolkit that we have for what would be the best type of signal that would be best suited for each location, and extending that beyond just the regular signaling, like a full signal or a pedestrian signal, but then also looking at it from scramble phases, the pedestrian intervals, and diversifying that, as well as looking into sort of replicating that example in Europe of that full actuation. So given that this is a larger scope, sort of looking network wide and across the entirety of the city, that project is undergoing, and we're I'm confident we'll be able to deliver that report in Q1. But we are looking at opportunities right now as part of actual projects and programs that are happening to find opportunities for us to implement, signals that are favoring cyclists. So we've done that with a couple of the locations for street labs, as well as with some of the neighborhood renewals. So it's not necessarily that we're holding this work until that larger body of work is happening. We are taking opportunities and advantage of all capital profiles that are happening right now to make those adjustments, to start making those adjustments right away.
Awesome. When that, and I don't want to go too far down the path of this report because it's not done yet and it'll come in Q1, but will there be a sense of like, even just like the amount of time we spent today talking about one road and one set of traffic signals feels like a very inefficient use of dollars. And yet we have this, I heard on Valley Line Southeast, I'm hearing this around schools, I'm hearing this around different places, and the amount of time that staff spend having to tweak signals and to go out to do reviews, because I still get plenty of emails about traffic signal timing. Will that report like break down some of the costs of time, of staff time that we're doing these types of things? Because it's really, like, I feel like it's just such a waste of your talents to constantly have to send you to go look at different traffic signal timings across the city.
We appreciate it. I appreciate that, Councillor Mack. And I think there's two pieces to it, right? The city of Edmonton is continuously growing, right? We're constantly dealing with infill or new projects and new programs that are happening, new developments that are going on. So there's always going to be a need to retweak the signal timing locations. And because there's a level of coordination that's happening to maintain efficiency of people moving through our network, we can't really deviate away from that. But in terms of providing an accurate outlook as to the current system and how much of that is taking up some of our staff's time, and what are some ways that we can improve that efficiency by looking at either new toolkits or new processes, that will be included within the report. Yes.
To add, Councillor Knack, we're looking at like a strategic approach and then a tactical approach. And the tactical approach is approaching it from when things change. So infrastructure changes, growth of population, neighborhoods, all of those pieces.
Okay. I'm out of time. We'll see if we'll find out. We'll see how your questions go.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Well, I mean, Councillor Knack does a great job of bringing us back to a governance level, and I think where I'd like to leave off is just what's happening moving forward. So appreciate some of the work happening around signaling. I do want to talk specifically to Mr. Latta and understanding what opportunities we have to change the physical layout of the next leg of the Valley Line. So the Valley Line west of 102nd Street. The report sort of speaks at a high level to that, but I wanted to dig into that further to understand what physical changes are contemplated to improve safety for all users.
Councillor Stevenson, outside of the sort of focus areas around signage and the signaling, there isn't any specific outcome from this study that's driving any physical design changes for the west leg through the downtown.
So help me understand that. I mean, I think what we've heard today is, for example, the sort of rolling curb. That seems to be contributing to some of the unique challenges along this corridor because it's not found in other of our downtown bike lanes. So how why would we not consider that, I guess?
Well, I think beyond what was already talked about on the sort of curbing and the barrier posts, you know, I know emergency access was always a big consideration as well as part of the design, and, you know, trying to sort of make sure you have a design that would accommodate those situations where you only have one lane and you need to sort of provide areas where emergency vehicles should easily pull off. You know, that's one of the sort of key pieces. Not quite sure whether the rolling curb is a sort of make it or break it relative to the particular sort of safety issues that were sort of talked about at this meeting. I think there's a combination of things. I think the bollards certainly were an interesting thing that we're going to look at very closely. But in terms of anything else, physical width or raised curbing versus rolled curbing, I didn't see sort of anything coming out of this report that was driving a change.
Well, so then what do you think accounts for the higher levels of non-compliance and conflict along this stretch that I think the report did show compared to a control intersection? If not the physical design, like it seems, I think what I'm hearing is that the belief is that it's mainly around the signaling. Is that true? There's a sense from administration that it's not the physical design that's contributing to this? Maybe from others in the room as well?
So, Councillor, one of the things we found, and you may have noticed, is the no right turn on red, for example, we have. And when it's green, as a driver, you are supposed to look for the bike before you make the turn. And those design elements are not very different from other downtown bike network. It's the same. You have the bike lane. When you're making the turn, there is a sign that says you must yield to the bike. What we observed from the downtown bike network is that in the first year of the implementation, 2017, we had some of the concerns we received about turning onto the bike lane or when you are making the turn, not paying attention to the cyclist. But over the time, we do not hear a lot of concerns anymore. Do we still have concerns? Yes, some, but in most of the cases, we see a declining trend. So we are expecting that with the amount of change that 102 Avenue went through, and the learning and familiarity with the infrastructure itself will drive down the number of non-compliances.
This comes down to driver behavior as well, Councillor Stevenson. So education around that and driver awareness and just adapting to those changes that are there. Even the pilot that they're looking at is bringing in new technologies that can help to assist with that extra check on the no turn on red. So in terms of, cyclist detection, et cetera.
And I don't disagree. Driver behavior plays a role, signaling plays a role, signage plays a role. But if we think of the 102nd Avenue corridor in its complete stretch, even just for the downtown portion, so let's say from 109th Street to 102nd Street, we see different driver behavior despite very, very similar layouts and signal. I'm struggling that there doesn't seem to be a sense that the physical design is influencing that behavior, for example. But I'll maybe come around.
Councillor Knack.
Yes, thanks, Councillor Jansen. And sorry, I guess where I have equal sort of challenge is that even trying to separate out my own personal experience, the number of pedestrians a day that we see on this road, as an example, I would consider this the arterial pedestrian corridor. And so I'm trying to view this sort of like as an arterial road. And it feels like I guess what I'm hearing is that I'm not sure I'm hearing the same level of like, okay, if this is an arterial road and we're having this many types of close calls, that we are thinking about significant design changes to protect the sort of 15,000 plus people that use that, who are the most vulnerable of all the road users. Because that level of pedestrian traffic is probably one of the highest in the entire city. So it might need to be treated differently than you would say a collector road in a community or a different spot. And so I'm feeling similar to Councillor Stevenson, like we're missing something here. And I'm not sure how to how to get to that, because I'm hearing suggestions, maybe it's not the design, but I can't, it's not happening in other places along the same corridor. So if it's not happening in other spots, then what else could it be? And how do we fix that?
Councillor Knack, I don't think we're suggesting that design doesn't play a role.
Yeah, okay.
Design plays a role on every single road,
Yep.
on our transportation network. So certainly that's a factor. I think what we'd like to do first is investigate the pieces that we've identified as potential for making a big difference in the way that this intersection in particular is operating as it stands today. We'd like to give that a go. We don't think that those are going to take an overly long amount of time for us to get to. And then, as we mentioned, we're going to keep an eye on how those go. And if we need to come to another conversation after that, because we're not seeing a continual decline in those conflicts or near misses, that's, I think, an entirely different conversation that we might need to have then. But let's see how this goes in making those kinds of changes.
And I guess this goes a little bit to the questions for everything west of 102nd. I guess I want to make sure from Mr. Latta's perspective that I think the stat, you know, and I appreciate you probably wouldn't use the word unsafe. I'm going to use the word unsafe, that stretch for vulnerable road users, I would argue, is currently not at the safety level. I'll say it this way, it's not at the safety level I think we should strive for of an arterial pedestrian corridor. So recognizing that for everything going to the west, I'm looking to Mr. Latta of how do we make sure that's acknowledged now, and that we're not just, I think simply just having better signal timing to the west isn't going to ensure what we're looking for.
I'll jump into that too, Councillor.
Sure,
Craig
yeah.
up here.
Yeah, Craig.
So further to what Brian, excuse me, is saying, is there some constraints in terms of those trade-offs of emergency access? What is that right foundational design? We're also going to be looking at the lessons learned as this corridor in this dynamic settles into its condition. It's very new. Although it looks similar, it's very new in the dynamic of number of pedestrians, the way in nature those trains are crossing those intersections. We're trying to bring efficiency so we have less non-compliance, but we need to control those. And all of that element and the signage and everything will be looked at and incorporated into the west.
For the emergency piece specifically, is the tension that we're trying to build for a giant fire truck?
I don't think it is in terms of, so how you have to design a turn, radius to accommodate a big vehicle is different than accessibility along the whole corridor to get to the locations they need to.
I guess what I'm wondering, I guess why I asked that question out loud is that I would be interested if we could talk to fire rescue and see how many times a fire truck has actually driven down that road in the last year. Because if it's 30, I'll be shocked. and so are we over-designing for a larger vehicle when fire rescue themselves are having a conversation about maybe not every vehicle needs to be that giant, especially in the core? And so, like, are we building for a once a month situation that is then creating these other effects, impacts?
Right. I can let Brian, and I know we're getting close to time, Brian or Bruce jump in, but it's not just about the size and the space you need for them. It's access to where they need to go to each building to provide the service they do.
And I'm
combination of all
time,
of that.
but maybe count.
Yeah, that's correct, Craig. It was in our conversations with FRS and their response plans for different streets in downtown. It's their ability to set up their equipment and actively fight a fire is what's driving a lot of the infrastructure and access with rolled curbs in their vehicles, because we had a lot of conversations about vertical versus rolled curbs during design and the damage that would have happened to their vehicles with vertical curbs, which is how we landed on the rolled curbs.
Okay, thank you.
So I just want to step in for a sec. It's 5 minutes before break. I see Councillor Stevenson's on the board for 5 minutes. Can I ask Councillor Knack and Stevenson, you've been, okay, then what I'm going to recommend is we go to Councillor Stevenson, take the 15-minute recess, and then reconvene to proceed from there. So, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much to committee, and I apologize. I should have prefaced this by saying that I was, as a city staff member, part of some of the conversations when 102nd Avenue was being designed way back in the day, and absolutely emergency access was a huge factor there. And I feel like we have evolved quite a long way since that time in terms of other designs that we've taken, other approaches, and it concerns me that we are sticking to a design that was made at least 8 years ago, as far as I can remember. But to put a question in there, so to the response that we're going to do some of these other changes first. So, with the signaling, with the signage, I think that's really positive for this segment that is already constructed. I think where I feel a sense of urgency is that we have a stretch of corridor that is not yet constructed, that we have an opportunity to proactively address in the physical infrastructure, and I worry that if we don't act now, we won't have that opportunity. We'll lose that opportunity. So thoughts on that? What are the drop dead timelines for making any physical adjustments to the western portion of the corridor? When is that currently slated for construction?
Bruce O'Brien.
Yeah, I'll let our partners in IAS answer that one.
Design is done. Work should be commencing next year. It won't be physically finished probably for another 1 to 2 years after that, but we've got a final design that MIP is proceeding with. And I think in respect to the sort of specific things in the report and the items that we all observed in the video, we certainly see the issue with pedestrian compliance, which is at the intersections, and the revision to the signal timings is probably the largest tool to address that. In terms of the compliance issues with the drivers entering the bike lane, signing and proper guidance of vehicles turning onto the road is the important thing to correct that.
So just on that,
so
if I
it's
could just-
incrementally on that.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so when we think about guiding vehicle traffic, that can happen with materiality, right? That can happen with some of the design choices that are about to be constructed, right? Like that's just the piece I feel that's an opportunity we don't seem to be jumping on, and it seems like a really great one, right? I mean, if we can introduce some of those guides, those physical pieces that help enable proper use of the corridor, I don't see why we would not want to pursue that at this time.
Yeah, Bruce Ferguson here, Councillor Stevenson. I think those are things that we can look at. I think, and I'm not sure if you're referring to conversations that we've had in the past about flipping the bike lane and the vehicle lane, for example, which that infrastructure already exists right now. And we believe that the hierarchy of LRT to vehicle to bike to pedestrian is the correct hierarchy. But if through these analysis, if there's things that we can be doing to the infrastructure as a part of the review, then we would look at incorporating that for West as well. Don't know what that looks like right now. And like Brian said, it may be some technology, it may be signage, it may be wayfinding that's incorporated into the design.
Okay, well that's helpful, but I guess I'm not hearing the assurances that further analysis is going to be done on the physical side. So
I think when we talk about signage and wayfinding and even signals, which are all physical assets, then to me those are looking at the physical elements of the corridor.
Okay. So I guess I'm specifically talking about the road, like the surface,
Yeah,
the barriers, the curbs.
I think, again, going back to my earlier response and not sort of to be sort of adamant on it, it's just from the outcome of this report, the study and the consultant's findings, there wasn't any direct recommendations on physical design changes that we were needing to pursue. So
Yeah. I mean, my
up until
understanding
now,
was that this wasn't a recommendation report. They're explicit about that. This was an observation report from the consultants. Anywho, we'll take a break here, I guess. Sorry to chair.
Okay, thank you. So we'll take 15 minutes, and when we return at 3:45, Councillor Wright will be taking the chair, and I'll be joining remotely. I have to get to a daycare pickup. Thank you.
at it. I'll call the meeting back to order once we get our administration back in place. Awesome. And let's see, who's up next? Councillor Rice, please go ahead.
Thank you. So we'll be very quick. I heard lots of discussion about, say, seems still more room to do something. But I want to look at this from different angle. The question I have is, because what we're doing right now, we're talking about the safety, how we address that safety. And then, but when we address safety concerns, so you can let me know if my interpretation for your report is correct. So is my perspective, your report actually address the root cause, and you try to address root cause instead of address something further, and then with the next step you are going to do. So I feel like it's comfortable just receive this as information, as you requested, as information, right? So I'm happy to put that, receive that as information on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. And my apologies, I did not do roll call when we returned. So committee members, Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And we also have Councillor Stevenson in chambers. And who have we got online still? Councillor Rutherford, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
And Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. Okay. And let's see who is up next. Councillor Knack.
Thanks. Yeah, and I think I'm generally okay with receipt of information, so I just wanted to sort of ask this set of questions, because what I'm also understanding is that I understand, so take everything going west, and I'm trying to figure out how we make sure we incorporate what we've learned, is that I understand there's going to be road and there's going to be a bike lane, but in terms of the specifics of that, I don't think that's gone down to that level of detail yet. So I guess the question is, at a high level, is that something we can get a memo on to get a sense of what that would look like, so that we can have a better sense of, are we truly learning from this and implementing that as going forward beyond just the traffic signal piece?
I can jump on. I know Craig Waldman had to move locations, but something that we were talking about offline was whether it's a memo or a memo, and how does this type of information get incorporated into a future Valley Line West report to say, hey, here's the learnings we've taken away from this 102 Ave assessment. How can we incorporate those types of items into what is already designed, completed in the Valley Line West? Like, what are the things that we can incorporate? Whether it's the lights, the signals, the timings, signage. What are the lessons learned? Like this valuable insights that we were able to gather from this particular report. How do we then apply it so we're not doing this same type of report on Valley Line West in however many years from now, and then having to retrofit? It is how do we take these lessons learned? So I think that's something that we would be comfortable collaborating on in a memo and describing, here's how exactly we could apply those learnings.
Okay. And with that, and maybe it's, I don't know if it's two separate memos or one with just a second piece around, so the changes that we've talked about in terms of the next steps for this particular section, I hear that they're going to happen relatively quickly. Can there be an update as to sort of when they're put in, a bit of an update as to the impact? Because I think, again, recognizing the busyness of this road for vulnerable road users, I just think there is a bit of a sense of urgency and an understanding that we are making those adjustments, and so is that something that we can get?
Yeah, Councillor Knack, I think that's no problem. The timing of that will be dependent on when these pieces go in, and again, allowing some folks some time for it to take effect and to get used to it, but we can certainly keep an eye and then report back to you folks with how that goes.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe it is two separate pieces then, because one is related to those set of actions that will come at a hopefully relatively soon date. The other, though, is like, what's our ability to make those adjustments on the Valley Line West piece so that we're not missing out on that opportunity. Okay. I think anything else would probably just be speaking to it, so I'll speak to it at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate sort of finding a path forward. So just on the timeline piece, again, I feel this sense of urgency about construction about to start. I know the closer we get to that work being undertaken, the harder it is to make changes. And so I guess I want to talk specifically around curb design and turn radius in terms of, is there going to be some work done to look at, why are drivers kind of being pulled into the bike lane? Why do we see that happen? Are we going to be looking at that curb separation? Is some of that analysis going to be shared through the memo?
I'll turn that over to our partners in IIS if Bruce is online, or Craig Walbom.
Yeah, I'm back online here too,
Excellent,
so
thank you.
I can start, Councillor. Yeah, we will look at a part of the memo that we'll give back to you is we'll look at what are the things that we've already landed with in terms of those footprint boundaries in terms of the contract or what's soon coming. Where are those flexibility and options, and what have we learned from what you have before you today and just our general lesson learned along our journey, if that sounds okay to you.
Yeah, that's really helpful. I appreciate that, there's also consideration around a contract that we have for that LRT construction. So I appreciate that some of those adjustments might be constrained. But again, if there is, I don't have the technical terms either, but if there is sweep path analysis, example for the fire trucks, if there is just some adjustment of the turn radius to see, if we just keep that curb a bit flatter, then we're not kind of funneling folks into the bike lane. If that can be incorporated and considered in that memo, I think that's really positive.
Sure, yeah, we can give context to that in the memo of what we've done with that for sure and what's being explored.
Great, and maybe just some questions of for my own understanding. Does the corridor currently comply with, is it a standard cross section in our complete street guidelines?
I'm going to pause there, see if Bruce or Brian have.
Because I think to the point about we're spending a lot of time on a single corridor, but to my understanding, I think the cross section that's proposed is unique. But wanted confirmation of that, and maybe again just understanding if there can also be some analysis looking at the evolving complete street guidelines, those cross sections, and how this corridor doesn't comply with those best practices.
So this cross section is a one-off. It's unique. We don't have a cross section that has an LRT line, a roadway, a bike lane, a one-way road, sidewalks. It is unique, and it has been very much customized. There's been safety audits and other work done to try to work through the design. So yeah, it is very unique, and a lot of these LRT corridors are somewhat one-off because there are not many of them in the city.
Great.
And I would say beyond what we generally have done with Complete Streets, Councillor. That's the general answer.
Well, and again, I'm just wondering in terms of when these designs were created, there has been a lot of movement and change just in terms of how we approach roadway design. So can there also be some information included just in terms of, when that design was set, what evolution has happened since then, and now how it compares?
Yes, we can include that.
Okay, terrific. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stevenson. No other speakers? We will move on to voting on, speaking to the motion on the floor. Oh, wait, no. Councillor Stevenson might have another round of questions. Go for it.
I'm just finishing that round. I really apologize. Sorry, what was the timing of the memo? Again, is that sort of end of the year? What's the timeline on that?
Yeah, we didn't talk about that, and I'll let the team jump in if I raise their blood pressure by this, but I would say probably early next year would be reasonable given where we're at with everything going on, but we'll compile it, put it all together, and we'll get it out to you early in 2025. So we'll target by end of January.
Wonderful.
If that sounds
Wonderful.
okay.
Yep, that sounds great. And again, just recognizing if we can confirm that again, we aren't losing any opportunities in terms of construction commencement with the corridor work further along 102nd Ave. But if that timeline will achieve that, then that's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. And now, moving to the motion on the floor, is there anyone that would like to speak? Councillor Knapp.
I've only been talking all afternoon. But this has been a good discussion. I think for me, the frustration and the tension, I think, is that while we're focused on a particular road because of the motion, I am trying to bring this bigger picture piece back out, and I hesitated doing a motion because I think that's sloppy for a single road. But at the same time, I don't want to lose out on this. So there's a few things I would say is that, I know over the break we were actually, I don't know if everyone got the email, but I got an email from one of our speakers already from Pastor People that showed an image that I'll make sure I share with the team that talks about having a sort of a curb extension to make drivers have to take a more direct turn so they can see what's happening. And so that's an example of something that I think needs to be built into these types of designs going forward, and I want to make sure we don't lose that. I think generally speaking, because even when I talked about that, I saw nodding heads from our city staff that we are generally moving in that direction, but I don't think it wasn't entirely clear to me through the report that that's sort of the ideal path forward. I think, and I don't want to dwell on it too much. I think if we're actually being very honest, this road just shouldn't have vehicle traffic on it. It has too few cars to justify that, but council has made a decision. But I do think why I bring that up is that, not every road needs to be everything to everyone. And I think the problem that we're dealing with right now, 102nd Ave, is that this is a road that is trying to be everything to all four road users. We've got an LRT that moves tens of thousands of people on it. We've got thousands of folks that ride by bike. We've got tens of thousands of people that move by foot. And we have 777 cars. That's a local road. And yet, because we've introduced that, we've created a situation where we now have this added conflict in a way that is making things a lot more difficult. And we have a lot of great arterial roads in our downtown for folks to drive on, and I imagine that's why we don't see more than 777 cars a day now. And so I do think there needs to be a conversation at some point, maybe this comes when we have the complete streets discussion next year, about at some point can we just recognize that sometimes we can prioritize other modes, including in our core. So that's just where a bit of my head is at in this, and I appreciate that as I introduced at the beginning, it's personal because, this is a unique road that it just so happens to be the one that I use every day to get to and from. And yet this is the place that I feel the most, oddly, the most unsafe still. And that's weird because it's a protected bike lane. And yet it's the area that I've had, and again, not exaggerating, once a week, there is a car that turns in front of me. My closest call, and just so folks know, my closest call was when I was heading west, a car was coming east, literally saw me, turned, and the only reason I avoided it is because I had to jump off my bike, and thankfully the car tire stopped about an inch away from where my bike was and where my head was. I've never had that experience in any other part of the city when I've been using biking. And so, yeah, there's a bit of a personal fear because it's like I had that really close call, and I've never had a close call like that. But it aligns with the videos that we saw. And so I spend a lot of time on this because I'm less worried about me, because thankfully that was my one only close call I've ever had. But for the people that are using the other modes who are vulnerable road users, it just feels like there's not a clear sense of how we're going to make sure that in high traffic locations we can prioritize that. And this is likely just part of us transitioning as a city from, being entirely car-centric to recognizing that 25% of our population doesn't drive. And we've been slowly and thoughtfully now, I think, moving in a great direction. I'm trying to improve that. So this specific conversation is not so much about this one road. It's very much for me been about how do we make sure we're thinking about that going forward across the city with those roads, those collector roads besides the schools and the new neighborhoods, which are disasters for safety right now, to the, you name it. There's examples across the entire city, but how do we be more thoughtful around that? And I know there's some good work happening. I just want to make sure we're not losing that, because we had a setback this past year on Vision Zero. We actually went backwards for the first time since enacting it. We got a lot more work to do still. So, but I'll support the received information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knapp. Councillor Stevenson.
Well, thank you very much. Obviously a topic and space close to my heart, so I appreciate everyone's indulgence and particularly committees with my long line of questioning, and I appreciate administration walking me through some of the details and the commitments for the work that's gonna come ahead. I'm really looking forward to this memo, because I think, you know, at the end of the day, what this report highlighted is that there is a lot of opportunity to make this corridor safer. I'm pleased to hear about the updates to signaling. I think that's a convenience factor as well as a safety one. And improvements to signage, those are great interventions. But I'll confess to a strong bias towards built form. I have an urban design background. I think our physical environment is the largest contributor to our behavior. I appreciate signage as part of that design, but I think in terms of the many other visual signals along this corridor, the materials, the curb radii, curbs and elevations, you know, I would actually argue that this is not a protected bike lane. There's no physical, I mean, there are portions where there are physical barriers between cyclists and vehicle traffic, but on the whole, it's an easily crossed curb, rolling curb. That's not insurmountable. That's not, you know, it's not an insurmountable issue. It doesn't mean that there's a lack of safety. But when I think about building the exact same design again, recognizing that there could be enhancements, there could be improvements that make the corridor safer and easier to navigate for all users, that's an opportunity I don't want to miss. So I really appreciate administration's commitment to reviewing those aspects and coming back to us in terms of, in a memo, in terms of what changes could be made to further enhance the safety. I know that this is really difficult work. This is a new corridor, as mentioned, a one-off design, and there's some really unique challenges here. So I appreciate the ongoing review and iteration. You know, I don't know what changed, but, you know, there did seem to be, you know, some really positive change in the signaling recently. I'm not sure if that's being tested out. But I think there's great potential there. And again, really appreciate the teams continuing to work on this. Thanks again to my colleagues on committee for their indulgence, and to Councillor Knack for working through the updated memo. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Always good to learn from cyclists, as I'm a driver, so. Councillor Rice to close.
So my colleagues already well spoken about this meaningful conversation, and then I just want reflect what's on their said, and it will be very quick few points here. So specifically, and then not only for this one avenue analysis, like corridors analysis. I know this avenue's discussion, we had the discussion, council had previously, and there's a different perspective and in council and also from the public. But with those multimodal corridors, and then our city, actually, I want to take this opportunity to say thank you for your great work on it. And it's because it's not easy work, and to really make sure everyone who uses corridors, and from LRT trucks, and from bike lines, and also from our traffic lines, and feel safe. So I know, and the safety concern and is a top priority, and for everyone, and then in terms getting into this type of infrastructure. I do have two comments I would like to add in terms closing for received for the information. So one is ongoing and evaluation capacity building in-house. And because that in-house evaluation capacity building will make sure we have that knowledge, we have that ongoing monitoring and across entire city in terms of multi-model like corridors, because we have 3 LRT lines across entire city. And then for the south side and then the area I represent, we will have trucks, we have traffics, we have bike lanes, and all those type of things. How we can ensure that knowledge, that capacity in place will keep monitor and improve the safety. So that's his number one. Number two, I'm looking at from consultant work perspective. I know consulting work did very comprehensive evaluation reports, and I still thinking how we can look at is there any technical skills in-house we could leverage and to support that cost-effective approach and for the ongoing work. So that is everything I say at here, and then thank you again and for all the great work and your team doing. And looking forward for that memo as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. And that is, whoops, that is carried. Did we have any notices of? Oh, and Councillor Knack has a subsequent motion for 7.1.
Yeah,
Go
just
ahead.
the updated motion there. I think I put that in the chat for everyone. Yes, there it is. That administration review the total policy program of the neighborhood renewal program to determine if there are any policies that, I should have added that, need to be removed or added in advance of the 2027 to 2030 capital and operating budget deliberations.
Thank you. Would you like to introduce that?
Yeah, and again, first my thanks to Councillor Hamilton who had been working on this. We did just a bit of wordsmithing based off the discussion we had earlier today. Because there are, I think, so many policies that are considered when the neighborhood renewal work is happening every day. We just wanted to make sure that we're setting up the teams for success and we're not accidentally making it too complex for them. I think there will always be a level of complexity for neighborhood renewal that happens, but can we make sure that they have, that we've done everything possible to help simplify it for them? You know, I used the example a bit earlier about right now the way it's drawn up, it's sort of hard to even incorporate an off-leash dog park as one of many examples. I don't want to pick on that, but I just use that one. So even though there are so many policies, there's an example of something we can't actually incorporate right now and probably should be because that's a really often requested amenity. So let's go through those policies. Let's have the team do that work, and then they can come back in advance of the next 4-year budget, because with that may require either less money or more money if you're doing more, or maybe it's the same amount, but it's a reprioritization in a different allotment. So that's sort of the thinking behind this, is that this motion will allow for a better review to see if we need all 44, and to make sure that we're properly budgeting to accomplish that work, which I think, as we heard on the inflationary side, there's probably going to be inflationary hit either way for the next 4-year cycle, but let's make sure that we're fully funding that to deliver on what's necessary. So that's the idea, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Rice, you have questions?
Thank you for this motion, and then so a few quick questions. The first one, what's his timeline for this? Do you need to put the timeline in the motion as a part of, or?
Yeah, I didn't put a final due date. I put in advance of the next budget, but I expect that work is sort of happening right now and is likely, at least, I'm guessing, a year or so away. So it's probably more likely 2026, but early 2026. So the next council has a number of months before the next. But maybe you might want to double check with the Min and get a sense of where they would fit that work.
Yeah. Is there any comment from admin for the interim timeline?
Yeah, I think early 2026 fits from the context given. So that feels okay on the min side.
Okay. So, yeah. Why am I asking that question? Because usually when we put the motion, we have the time there. And
yeah, we can put a due date of first quarter.
Due date for that. Yep. So that's his number one. Number two question, and in terms of this review work come back, what type of forms you would like to bring back? Bring back to the report or bring back to the bylaw change? And then I know it's a policy program, and we have many policies. We already mentioned this today. So is there any specific there, or we don't have a specific?
Yeah, I think, I would say it's a little too early to say with certainty. I think, so it could result in a requirement for a change to the bylaw, but it could just be an update to the work that they're already doing. So that attachment 1 that they included in the report isn't sort of included in the bylaw, so they could potentially just make an administrative update but notify council. So it could be any combination of those options. It could be a full bylaw requirement change, or it could just be a simple, adjustment of an attachment somewhere.
Okay. So also for the scope of the review, and then, so right now we just say the total policy program of the neighborhoods renew program. And can I get some clarification in terms of the scope of the review work, or including the budget implication, or including the public engagement, or including all those type of the elements there? So what specifically you would like to see in this review work?
So I think specifically it ties back to again, I'll just pick on attachment 1 where it lists out the 44 policies that are sort of being used. So it's less about the engagement piece, although I think Councillor Rutherford made a good point earlier that if some of these are non-negotiable, maybe we should make sure we go into the engagement saying, here's the non-negotiables, here are the negotiables, and can we better communicate that as part of that process? But I'm not looking, so this motion wouldn't look to modify the existing public engagement process or overhaul it. It's meant to look at these 44 items and say, are there things that should be there, or are there things that shouldn't be there, or should they have more or less focus?
Okay, so I think that's answered my question. I really appreciate this motion. I like the intention to, or we should remove some, or we should make some change, or we should add some. And because that is will give us some guidance for the next budget cycle deliberation. So that's his intention.
Correct.
Yeah. So thank you. So I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Hamilton.
I'm just on to speak. Is that okay?
That's fine. We have no one else with questions.
If I could just clarify, so are you wanting this to be back in the form of a report? Because with the due date, it applies it's coming back as a report. That's only when we use the due date.
Yes, so sorry, thank you. It would come back as a report first so that council or committee, I imagine more likely, would be able to discuss that in advance of budget.
Good
Thank
to go.
you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, no other questions then to speak, Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Councillor Knack for putting this on the floor. This is something, based on this morning's discussion, he and I were going back and forth about. And as a non-committee member, not being able to put something on the floor, I appreciate Councillor Knack doing so. I think that having now firsthand experience going through neighborhood renewal, I really appreciate administration breaking down where resources are allocated during that process. And it does give us more tools, as all of us will go through neighborhood renewal in the next couple of years, gives us more tools to pull on to talk about why the program is the way it is. And I would anticipate that the next council, whatever shape and form it takes, will need that information as well. I also think this adds to the credibility, to council's credibility, in terms of having oversight into what is being bundled up in the neighborhood renewal program. I think that certainly I've heard some myths out there, um, and so I think a great gift that this council can give the next council is the ability to more easily navigate and understand the policies that are already in place. So I think this is this hopefully will be a very useful report that will inform the next council decision making with respect to capital allocation in the neighborhood renewal program. And I think having the insight into the policies that are informing some of our capital budget programs, that is exceptionally important. And retrospectively, I think that was one of the things that we missed on the early days of this council, is having the total insight into what policies and processes were shaping our budget, and what was missing. So thank you, Councillor Knack, again, and I hope this has committee support.
So point of order before we go to
Yes, Councillor Rice?
From Riker's perspective, do we need amended the wording and provided the reports? Oh, we don't need to?
No, we don't need to do that because it is with the due date, and as it was presented, it is implied that it is coming back with a report. We just added those words for absolute clarity for the public.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Knack to close.
Sure, thanks. And since I didn't actually get to talk much about when we receive information about the program, I'll just extend some of my comments into that. So first, I just wanted to, on this specific piece, I'll thank Councillor Hamilton again. I'm just really the messenger here in terms of process. So thanks to her for the work, and thanks to my colleagues for all the questions that helped inform that discussion around policy. And I signaled Councillor Rutherford a bit earlier, and then Councillor Stevenson asked some great questions. And really everyone just had great questions about the policy piece. So I think that's a good conversation to have. Taking slight liberty then, I just wanted to thank the team. I'm guessing most of them have gone, but the folks who were here earlier today, I wanted to really thank them for the work on neighborhood renewal as a whole. Just a few thoughts is that this continues to be, I think, one of the most popular programs the city's ever had. I remember hearing about it when I was first running for council, and how many communities had been asking for, how quickly can they get neighborhood renewal, and the desire to see that done sooner rather than later. And I think it's continued to be a very strong program. Appreciate that now that I get to go through it for the first time. There's also some of that tension, which is a little interesting. Because a bit to one of our earlier speakers is that in the community that I represent in Glenwood, there were actually a number of residents who didn't want a boulevard on their local streets, which I will to this day say that feels really weird because I love boulevards, but hey, they didn't want it. And actually, again, to the team's credit, they went through and did an analysis on the local roads and determined, all right, well, if they really don't want it, it would be really complicated to move the utilities around. So they changed it. And I think that was the right decision. On the Collector Road, a bit of a different story. We still have folks on that road who are really not keen on it, and there has been some tension, and I know this isn't the only community that's gone through that, and this ties into a bit to the democratic process, but I had some community members on the street who don't love the widened or the multi-use trail that we're going to build, and who don't love the boulevard because it's going to eat into their property a little bit more, even though it's technically city property. And their feeling was, well, this is all about, it should be put to a vote, and we should, essentially the majority should rule. And the thing is, though, we don't always do that on these. And in the case of why we wouldn't do it in this particular piece, and this leads to a broader conversation about the importance of neighborhood renewal, is that it's creating a way more accessible community. In the western half of Glenwood, we have about 500 units of seniors housing. Most of those folks don't drive, and most of those folks don't come out to community meetings. And when I went to go visit them, there was this just overwhelming joy about finally being able to more easily travel through the community from those residents that are going to have that. But I appreciate that there are at times going to be a trade-off. But to the team's credits, they went and did that same level of engagement. So they didn't just react to those who are frustrated. They went and sought out other voices, other people that might have different needs, and then they did their best to try to incorporate all of that into a final design. And so this is just a testament to the beauty of this program, the importance of this program. We have an incredible team that does incredible work, guided by council policy. So, I mean, I've gone to some of those meetings where maybe city staff weren't always treated the best from some residents who were frustrated. And I try to remind them, if you want to be frustrated with the people who made the policies that are guiding this, because that is us. And I think as this program has evolved, I think it's really incorporated some really thoughtful decisions around traffic safety in particular. Really excited to see how that's evolving, and accessibility as well. So we have just a fantastic program, one that I'll mention I think continues to be the envy of a lot of cities across North America. Our renewal program is constantly one that is referred to by other cities as a really positive program that does a lot of good. So look forward to seeing this program continue on as we are, with continued tweaks and improvements, but not an overhaul. That's the whole idea behind this motion, is let's continue to tweak it, improve it, incorporate new things as we continue to learn, but let's not just throw it all out and start again, because there's really no reason to. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Knack, and please vote.
Councillor Jans, are you online?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We're just missing your vote.
And support, yes.
Thank you very much. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. No responses to councillor inquiries, no private reports, motions pending, none. Notices of motion, motions without customary notice, none that I'm aware of. We are adjourned. Thank you.